Hello, hello, hello. Is this one dead? There we go. Um, okay, so this chat, let me close it up. Yeah, I'm back. We are back. I don't know what the hell just happened there, but yeah, we're back. We're back. Yes. So I was talking about Alpine. So yeah, I was saying that they have a bit of an interesting concept, to say the least. They have very similar side pods to that at Red Bull, but less extreme, let's say. Um, and then their fins, they have a new power unit package which is more focused on performance and reliability. So there was just a new engine, and every time Alonso has had a new engine on the car, a new engine concept, he doesn't do well in preseason testing. It happened in 2015, it happened in 2014, it happened in 2017. Now it's happened today, but now it's actually working quite well. They have covered up half of the fins, which may suggest that their cooling is actually better than they expected. Like they don't have to cool the engine as much, so it's not overheating as much, which is really really fucking good. Um, Other than that, it's been said by Mika Hakkinen today. He has chimed in, saying that the 2022 cars slide a lot on slow turns and don't have as when they don't have the load of the downforce. Where like, and that's why you need a good car control and to be aggressive to generate temperature on the tires. And that's why he said that he wouldn't be surprised to see that a driving style like that of Alonso's would be like really fitting with the new cars, which bodes well for him. But yeah, that's cool. Other than that, let's go down the grid a little bit more. AlphaTauri seem to be doing fine. I mean, not much has been going on with them as well, same as Ferrari and McLaren. They're just putting in the laps, and that's pretty much it. Uh, and yeah, let's see if the coverage has changed. Uh, Let me see. Preseason testing, yeah, the flag is green, but nothing's been changed here on the F1 site as of now. Yeah, so after that, after Alpine, after AlphaTauri is Williams. Yeah, okay, so Williams is the next team, and they have been putting in some solid laps. The car looks fantastic, first of all. The car looks fantastic, and they have just been putting in the laps, no problems whatsoever. It's been good. It's been good for them and for both. Yeah, for Alvin, who was the one that drove yesterday. I mean, he maybe could have done a few extra laps. Oh, sorry, Alvin. Alvin drove this morning, right? Yeah, Alvin drove this morning. Um, so yeah, 47 laps out of this morning, which is around right there in the midway point. I mean, there's drivers like Gasly who have done 60 laps. There's drivers like, well, we're gonna get to Bottas in a little bit, but Perez had 38 laps with his problems. He's around, yeah, the average, let's say, aiming a little bit lower. But the Williams are looking solid. They have had a few parts come in earlier today, and yeah, everything's looking fine for them. Now, Alfa Romeo. This is a team that every year seems to be in more trouble. With a whole new lineup this year of Bottas and Guan Yu Zhou, they haven't been able to run at all, pretty much. They have been experiencing problems and problems and problems and problems and problems. I mean, Bottas has done 21 laps in the whole morning session, which is the least anyone has done by quite some margin. The next one was Perez in the Red Bull, who had who had to stop, who did almost double the amount of laps, which is concerning to say the least. Alfa Romeo, yeah, I honestly really don't know what's going on with that car. Still the only livery not to be revealed so far. I don't know what they're waiting for, but yeah, everyone is just like waiting until Alfa Romeo releases their livery to do the livery rankings for this season. What do you think about Aston Martin? Oh yeah, I skipped Aston Martin entirely. All right, let's go to them next. So yeah, after Alfa Romeo, we have Aston Martin, who are experiencing a lot of issues as well. The Aston Martins haven't been able to put in some decent times, and they are struggling with some big aero issues. The Aston Martins have the problems that I said the Mercedes has, like with going up and down on the straights, losing all grip and everything. Yeah, they're having that big time. Their car is one of the most wide of them all. Well, I think it's the widest of them all. The Ferrari at least has the shape and everything, but theirs is just like a solid blob. It honestly reminds me of the 1982 cars with the big skirts on the side. And I mean, the livery is the best looking one, don't get me wrong, but yeah, their car seems to be underdeveloped. It doesn't bode well that Otmar Safnauer and BWT left them, just up and left them. And yeah, I honestly don't know how long can the drivers hold on with that team. I mean, Vettel at least. I don't know how long he's gonna stay there if things continue to go the way they look to be going. Now we're gonna get to Sebastian Vettel in a little bit. Alfa Romeo focusing on their livery more than their car. Yeah, pretty much. Perhaps the pace will come when the livery does. The side pods on the Aston Martin look too small. They are massive. They go all the way to the back and they are extremely wide. So what about Haas? Or did you mention? No, that's the only team that's left. So Haas is the next team, the last team. And this is one of the biggest question marks so far. Their car looks to be the most advanced when it comes to details and aero bits and everything, with the shark fin being completely suspended, with some bits sticking out of the side pods, sticking out of the halo, aero all over the place. The front wing is super interesting, but they just don't do running as much. I mean, on all of day one, they completed around the same amount of laps as Vettel did, who was half of the Aston Martin team. They just did a total of 43 laps in the whole first day. That is like Alfa Romeo levels. That's really bad. Today they did some more running. They are trying to make up for it. That's why they were the second most lapped car, let's say. Not on that sense, not on the sense of last year, but yeah, the car that did the most amount of laps, with Schumacher going for 64 laps, which is slightly more than Sainz's 69 giggity, but yeah, in on par with Ocon's 64 laps, which is a lot. Alpine had to do a lot of laps to try out that power unit, but yeah, Haas are in a bit of a pickle, let's say. So now, yeah, that is done with. We can get to what's going on the chat. and Supermax, where was he? He asked, how was my off season? Yeah, Supermax and the Minister of Defense. Here we go. Yes, how my off season was. It was fine. I mean, I traveled, which was nice. Went to New York. It was in the middle of the pandemic, which wasn't cool. Had a lot of problems there, but yeah, I managed to come back safely, which was nice. Um, but yeah, did a lot of videos. Like, did 7 videos in the last 3 weeks, and none of them had traction, which sucked, because yeah, I put a lot of effort into them and they all flopped, but whatever. But yeah, other than that, it's been fun. I disconnected from Formula One altogether for a few months, which was really nice, and now I'm back full swing, and it feels really good. And I want to consume everything, and I want to see the cars on track, which is something that I haven't experienced in, well, last year, let's say. Last year, I was just waiting for this year to come, pretty much. Do you think Beto will outperform the AMR 22? I don't know what the car's performance is, so I don't even know if he's going to be able to outperform it, seeing as they are struggling big time with some balance on the car if he cannot get it under control. Sebastian Vettel has been a driver who historically has done well with cars that suit him. But once he starts to struggle a little bit with the balance and whatever of the car, his results dip a lot. How was your off season? I just answered, dude. I just answered you. Am I live? Can you guys hear me? Yeah, you can. What was I talking about? Yeah, battle. So say 2019 was the season, right? Or 2020, my bad. And 2019 as well, but more so 2020. He had a car, the Ferrari, which didn't suit him, and he struggled big time. And yeah, his results were like quite bad. Last year he beat Lance Stroll, which I think is a bit of an achievement, let's say. I mean, new team, whatever, new power unit, new aero philosophy. But yeah, if the car doesn't suit him, it happens what happened with Ricardo. 2014 it was, where he also got beat big time, and he was never comfortable in the car. So if he's not comfortable, he's not gonna do good. That's what history has taught us. The new car seemed to be really oversteery, so I think he'll struggle a little bit. Yeah, I think it's perfect for Alonso. That no, sorry, understeery. The cars are a little understeery, not oversteery. They tend to be bad on corners when the ground effect is not on full, on slow corners. I mean, because ground effect works by sucking the car down to the ground when going at high speeds. So high speed corners are going to be able to be taken at much higher speeds, but low speed corners are going to have to be taken at slower speeds than usual. That's because when going at slow speeds, the biggest part of the aero this year is produced by the floor, and it's much more than last year when it was around a 50-50 split between the floor and the top of the car. Let's say now it's around, I want to say 70-30 or 65-35, pretty much. And yeah, the floor is much more important. And at low speeds, the floor doesn't generate downforce, which means the cars are pretty much, they don't have any grip, which means they understeer and they oversteer. It depends. I mean, we have not seen enough running to determine whether they over or understeer. But yeah, The cars have some problem with knowing F1. They will find some way to reduce it. Yeah, depends on which teams though. Depends on the team. Mercedes will probably have find a way to reduce it within the next 2 weeks, but Aston Martin I think will struggle much more. I honestly don't know what's gonna be of Aston Martin in the coming in this coming season. So Russia. Sebastian Vettel said he's not going to Russia, and I think that's a pretty solid position, and I would encourage every other driver to do the same. There's not much else to say here. The Russian Grand Prix should be cancelled, 100%. And yeah, that's all I have to say on that. War is okay. So Mark Gallagher, F1, well, not yeah, F1 journalist and whatever says war is quite literally listed as one of the reasons why an entity or party to a contract can be relieved of their obligations. That applies to F1, its teams, drivers, sponsor, and all stakeholders. Yeah, from the financial regulations, it says that a race can be stopped from a force majeure event, which is yeah, invasion, war, threat of or preparation for war, fire, explosion, storm, blah 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 blah. So no, no. There's no way that the Russian Grand Prix is going ahead. Yeah, I don't know if the session has started. Yeah, the session has started. All right, I just found out the session has started, but there is no timings so far. So we can see from the whole of preseason up until now, Ferrari is the team with the most amount of laps at 224, with Alpine in second place at 195. Then Red Bull has 100. Sorry. Oh my God, I just had a brain fart. Alpine with 195, Red Bull with 185, AlphaTauri with 180 laps, and then Williams with 178 laps. So those are the five teams with the most amount of laps, at least so far. Russia will be replaced by anything. Yeah, Russia will be replaced by Turkey, I think. Is anyone on track? We don't know. We have no idea. No action so far. Okay, Autosport Live just tweeted saying 10 minutes ago, actually. No action so far for the first 10 minutes of the session. Hopefully something will emerge relatively shortly. Let's see if they tweeted something new now. Vettel and Russell have come out of the pits. Good. Pierre Gasly as well. Yep. So there's a few guys on the track. That's pretty much it. Did Checo have a gearbox issue? We don't know. We don't know. Vettel back in the pits. Yep. I mean, preseason, there's not much to talk about of what's going on track, unless it's a big thing. Oh, there we go. The session has been. Oh shit! It's been updating. I just haven't seen it because I was looking at the picture and the overview, but the overview was pinned. Jolion Palmer says, regarding Haas, Mick had a good morning, racking up exactly a race distance. More importantly, he looked comfortable in the car and it looked sharper than it did yesterday, and that gives them more hopes of joining the midfield. Good. Do you think the rookie car? Do you think the rookie can get a few podiums this year? Like I said, he's gonna. I think he's gonna will the car, not the other way around. Are you talking about Guan Yu Zhou? I don't think he can get any podiums today because the car, I don't think, can even make it a full race distance, at least so far. But that message, yeah, I don't think I can understand that message. Out of topic, but your voice is really soothing. You think so? Thank you. Yeah, so I actually despise my voice, but thank you for that. How do you know who's out? Twitter, pretty much Twitter. Welcome to the world of F1. Guan Yu Zhou, the Alfa Romeo rookie, is out on track and looks to be immediately going for a timed run, which is good news. Yeah, it's really good news for Alfa Romeo. Fernando, the OG rookie. Yeah, I mean, this is his second season in F1, so who knows? Perhaps he will move up to the big team. Who was fastest this morning? It was Ricardo, with a 120.355 time, but not that formula. That this isn't even preseason testing, but that preseason testing times mean anything. They don't mean anything at all. Let me see. On 2014, yeah, so I was right. On 2014, the fastest car on testing was the Ferrari. That says it all, pretty much. Did you think the Ferrari could win the championship? It's still too early to say. We have no idea what's going on. I wish they would broadcast this testing. Yeah, thing is, this is a shakedown. I think they coined it. They're saying testing now, but it's not even testing. Preseason track running. That's what it is. It's not even testing. So that's why it's not being broadcasted. I think we'll get live timings and stuff when we actually get to testing in Bahrain. Hold on. Let me see if I have the correct microphone here. Yeah, I have the correct microphone set up. Good. So Latifi is out as well. Go Tifi is on the track. By the way, I was going to stop watching F1 this year, so I suspect McLaren are doing low field runs to tempt me back. Why were you going to stop watching F1? This is the most exciting rule change we've had in decades. Ricardo, Gasly, and Ocon have put in some slow laps, but nothing to add to the timing sheet. Yeah. And also, as I said, testing times are pretty much non-representative or of anything. Yeah, this has been a nice catch up with you guys. Let's see if there's something new here. Come on. There we go. Yeah, okay, so Max Verstappen has just made a very bad take. He just said that the decision to remove Michael Massey was very unfair and not the right decision, which is completely bonkers. That guy is just insane. So it's really good that Michael Massey is no longer on the FIA race director role. Let's see about the new system. Have to wait and see. But yeah, as of now, a new face is gonna be extremely needed. Who's your favorite driver? Go watch my latest video. Latifi is quickly up to speed with a 1:22.063 to slot in seventh in the overall times, leading the early efforts from the afternoon only runners. So yeah, Latifi's fastest of the session so far. Ocon is back in the car. Face reveal when? My face is not hidden. If you, I mean, I have made some posts with my face on Twitter. And I think on Instagram, I have made some stories with my face as well when I used to use Instagram. The thing is, the only reason why I don't do videos with my face is, well, first because I despise it, but that's normal. Second, because I don't have the setup to record myself. Um, I would have to try though, because I mean, where I stand here on my desk right now, uh, where my computer is, there's a window right behind me, a huge window, which makes my face look completely black all the time. And the view out the window isn't even good. But yeah, I mean, on my side to my right, there's a wall which is purple and has a papaya orange McLaren poster on it. So I think that would be a nice wall to record in, but I don't have the lighting. I don't have the camera or anything. So yeah, I think I just stick to what I know, which is the voiceovers. Have your face with mask on from the Alpine photo. Oh yeah. What Alpine photo? What Alpine photo? Hmm. What are you talking about? I've seen it before on Twitter. Yeah. Do you welcome the introduction of an Andretti of one team or any other applications? The more the merrier, dude. Yeah, for sure. Let him in. Yeah, no, there was no Alpine photo. You posted a photo on Twitter with a shop. Oh, with a retro Alpine cap. What? Let me see. Let me go to my Twitter. Start scrolling here on the media page. I think I know perhaps what you're referring to. Uh, if that's what I think it was, yeah, early. Okay, so I had posted a very old picture here. Um, oh yeah, the Kimoa store. Oh yeah, 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 yeah. The Kimoa store. Yeah, okay. So you've seen me. Yeah, okay. So in case you guys are wondering, I was at the Kimoa store. Yeah, yeah. I just posted it to the chat. If you guys are interested in knowing what the hell I'm talking about, I bought the last classic Kimoa cap from the Alpine team that was available on the store, and it was sold out on the Alpine side, on the Kimoa side after that. So that might as well have been the last actual cap ever of that series of Alpine caps. All the other ones were out there, but this one, the one I grabbed, was the last one. Um, Watch me like that tweet. There you go. Twitter is so interesting right now with everything that's going on. Oh god, yeah, Twitter is just a cesspool. But right now it's quite interesting. 98 tweets. Fernando Alonso over the Russian Grand Prix. He says that the decision has to be from Formula One. We as pilots have an opinion that I'm sure is the same as the rest of the world, but we don't have, but we cannot decide over these things. So yeah, it's just waiting. Um, let's see. Are there any updates on testing? Jolion Palmer, the most useless commentator ever, says Alfa Romeo are on the back foot. Yes, of course. But a new generation of cars, something that's so different, mileage is key. And that's been shown by all other teams experiencing issues such as proposing. Oh no, porpoising. Yeah, that's the going up and down thing I said. At least they have the data to fix it, whereas Alpha will be behind on the learning curve, considering they've already lost a lot of running. On top of that, they have two new drivers who need to acclimatize to the team and the engineers. This could all be very costly, and they need to have a very good day, a very good last day and a half. Yeah, but there's also testing. But yeah, the idea is that the issues will be fixed for testing. So I have a new wallpaper, the new Alpine there. Um, on my new phone. Yeah. I finally updated my phone. I had an OG Pixel 2 XL from 2017. Um, I had it for like, let's see, all of 2018, 2019, 2020, and 2021. So 4 years. And then on, I think, January 30th, I got my new Pixel 6. So I'm really, really, really happy with that one. No sign of Perez just yet, as Red Bull continued to assess his car. If you were just joining us, he stopped out on track towards the end of the morning session, which would appear to be a gearbox issue. Okay, so there's no confirmation yet, but it looks to be a gearbox issue. The fact it was gearbox later was confirmed by Verstappen. Okay, in the lunchtime press conference, but he didn't know any more than that. Good, good, good. Alpha is sandbagging. Yeah, sure. Will Alpine be okay? Yeah, Alpine are doing great, dude. Um, they're doing a lot of running. Their car looks quite complex, which is good. Their new engine is reliable, and it seems to be needing less cooling than they thought it would have needed. So it's all good in Alpine right now. They are going to battle for podiums if they can this season, is what Alonso said. Oh, so Ricardo just came out on the McLaren covered in Flowbiz paint. So there's a splash of Flowbiz on the McLaren to see the aero and its response now. You're the same guy that is updating the table and writing in chat. Yes, the same guy is updating the table and writing in chat, yes. The bio is great, right? I'm also an average L plan enjoyer. Ah, yes. Thank you for responding. No, thank you for being here, for watching. Is Aston Martin good? No. Aston Martin has been struggling a lot. FIA should make other Grand Prix arrangements behind the scenes, then announce the last minute that the Russian Grand Prix is cancelled. Not the last minute because people need to buy the tickets. But yeah, I mean, the Turkish Grand Prix is set to replace the Russian Grand Prix, seeing as they have stopped selling tickets for Russia and they have started selling tickets for Turkey, which is as plain as, yeah, anything that's been happening so far. I'm a big Alonso fan. Will he have the chance to fight for podiums? That's what he is saying. So let's hope it's at least that, and that the championship that the championship can come for 2023. Has had that's a bit of a tongue twister. Has had all of last year to summon up an okay car this season, and they already had so many struggles so far. So unfortunate. Yeah, time can't do much without a proper team. So if you don't have a proper team, I mean, I can have 10 years to develop an F1 car, but yeah, I have no knowledge, so I couldn't do it. If they cancel the Russian Grand Prix, I would love to see F1 back in Sepang. Yeah, that or yeah, Sepang would be insane. I mean, that's one of my favorite circuits, and I would love to see it back on the calendar as well. But we don't know. Ferrari versus Red Bull versus Mercedes. Maybe even a few more. I don't know if Mercedes though. Mercedes are having a lot of trouble. A lot of trouble with their aero. So we'll have to see. We'll have to see. It's way too early to draw any conclusions. This is testing. Hassan followed Dural Kali. What? What? Okay, what? Like hmm. I don't know if they ever were followed by them, but yeah, they unfollowed. Huh. They didn't remove US Grand Prix for fighting in the Middle East for PC. They're just saying, huh? That doesn't make any sense. No, if Russia is invading Ukraine, it declared war on Ukraine in Ukraine. So it's is Ferrari doing good? Are there any problems that they are facing? No, Ferrari is smooth sailing. A lot of laps, a lot of times, and everything is looking okay. Everything is promising with Ferrari. Go Tiffy. Ah, yes. Did you see Go Tiffy running on the on the Mercedes today? Well, yesterday actually. It was insane. I'm talking about the how the new livery makes it look as if Russell 63 was just a sixth. Such bad number placement. My God. And yeah, just being 63 means just being the sixth means Latifi is driving for Mercedes. So they both got the call up. Williams is doing good so far. Yeah, Williams is great. What's your favorite team? Um, it's complicated, but I'm going to say I believe in El Plan. So has had, yeah. How will you feel if Indian Grand Prix returns? Would you like it or not? I've never actually seen the Indian Grand Prix, so we'll have to see if it's good for racing, and after that decide. I mean, from what I've heard, it was quite decent for racing. So yeah, sure, why not? Just embrace El Plan. Exactly. McLaren pretty strong. Yeah, McLaren are pretty strong. Williams are having a very productive day on track. Albon completed 47 laps this morning and registered the fourth fastest time. Oh yeah, I've already no fourth fastest time of the session. His replacement in the car, Latifi, has now the fifth fastest time and has already completed 11 laps in the afternoon session. Busy, busy. I don't know if I already read that or not. I'm gonna say that I did it. How is McLaren looking? How is McLaren looking? I mean, hmm, it's a bit of a tricky one. McLaren, their car looks absolutely horrid. Let's just say that I really do not like that car. Um, it's not looking good. The drivers, I mean, they are okay. They don't seem extremely confident on the car. I don't know. McLaren is a bit of a weird team. I mean, I've been following them since 2015, but in the last few seasons, they have really let me down again and again, and they have made decisions that I haven't been that I yeah that I didn't agree with at all. The cars look really bad last year, the year before, and the one before that as well. So I don't know. I'm starting to the thing that brought me to McLaren was the history. The thing that made me stay in McLaren was Fernando Alonso. When he retired, it was Carlos Sainz, but then Carlos left, and the history is, I mean, it is a great historical team, but right now, I don't know, guys. We new stream, yeah, new stream. Latifi only did 3 laps. That's Williams looking good. Huh? Latifi only did 3 laps. That Williams is looking good 3 tries. That doesn't make much sense. And Latifi already did 11 laps. Oh, a decent first run there for Latifi. 13 laps completed, and he pulls back into the Williams garage. Well, his de facto team leader Russell off to new shores. This season represents a real change. Oh my God, I cannot read. Let me start again. Let me just start again. A decent first run there for Latifi. 13 laps completed, and he pulls back into the Williams garage. With his de facto team leader Russell off to new shores, this season represents a real chance for the Canadian to step out of his shadow and give the team something to really think about. People have been underestimating Latifi a lot this past few seasons, 2020 and 2021, because his teammate was Russell, which is a machine. I honestly think Latifi is a really, really good driver. I think he's a fast driver. I think he's a consistent driver, and I think he has a lot to bring to a team. Like, he's good at feedback and everything. So as much as he is in fact there, yeah, in part for the money he brings to the team, I don't think that's the only reason. I think that's just one of the reasons, and much like Sergio Perez. Let me just say that. Do you watch tennis? No, I don't. Do you think Lando will make the top 3 teams have hard battle? What do you mean the top 3 teams? That doesn't mean anything right now. Who's the top 3 teams? We don't know. I'm confused, Flo. Didn't you say you like the McLaren livery? Um, mm, I like the colors. I don't like the livery. That's the thing. It looked good when it got released. It looked really good. But now on track, it looks really bad. It's one of those cars like the Williams of last year. It was the opposite effect. On when it was released, it was horrible, but on track it looked quite well. Well, this one, when it was released, it looked insane, but now on track it looks disgusting in my opinion. It has mostly it has to do with the matte orange. Why would they put matte orange is beyond me, but that's exactly what they did, and it looks really bad. It's too much neon. Yeah, it looks bad. I have a sneaking suspicion that Albon is better than Latifi. I think they're quite evenly matched, to be honest. Plain, yeah, it's a little bit plain, the McLaren livery as well. I mean, sponsors weren't even there yesterday, and it looked quite bland. Yeah, and the shapes. I mean, on the MTC looked quite well under the special lights and everything, but now under the sun, it's really bad. What's your favorite livery so far? It has to be Aston Martin. What happened to Mercedes? Why are they so slow? I don't think they're slow. Times are not a thing here. Don't look at the times. It's testing. Don't look at the times. The Ferrari is gorgeous. Yeah, that's the second one. That's my second favorite car. The third one has to be the Alpine, but I don't want to spoil the video that I'm gonna put out in next week. So yeah, let's just wait until the Alfa Romeo is revealed, and perhaps that's the best looking livery. I don't know. I mean, they have made some pretty amazing looking ones in the past few seasons. I wouldn't put them past them to make the best looking one again. What's the difference between C1 and C2? The C1 is harder, the C2 is softer. Which tires did Leclerc do the lap in? Let's go on to here. Leclerc, it doesn't say. We just don't know yet. Probably that's what it means. So a few more updates. Back to the porpoising issue then, which has been plaguing all the teams pretty much. Ingenious solutions are starting to emerge, most of which involve changing the floor designs. The paddock could be a busy place later into the night and early tomorrow morning, with the F1 world moving so fast that new designs could already be being built as we speak. What is the general stance on Mazepin about the Ukraine situation? Will he and Uralkali be able to continue? Thank you, JHF, for your donation. I have no idea, honestly. That's up to F1. If it was up to me, I mean, seeing as Uralkali is a heavily state backed enterprise, yeah. I would have put it past them to just ban them from the paddock. But then again, it's just a sponsor, so and without them, Haas wouldn't exist pretty much. But Mazepin doesn't have like it's not Mazepin's fault that Putin has invaded Ukraine. I mean, he's just a dude racing. Let's hear the new tweets. Ricardo's closest rival from this morning, Sainz, has handed over driving duties to Ferrari teammate Leclerc, who gets his afternoon running underway. Yeah. Oh, Haas is removing themselves from the press conference today. Yeah. Yeah, okay. So Haas is not gonna be at the press conference. Only time it will be a problem is if Mazepin says in public that he supports Putin's decision, pretty much, yeah. But the thing is, knowing journalists, they will not ask anything about Formula One. They will just be asking stuff about Russia, which is a good move by Haas. That doesn't matter. All teams are sandbagging. Yes, pretty much. I think Haas unfollowed Uralkali due to war. I haven't found a Uralkali site. Oh my god. I haven't found the Uralkali Twitter account, so I cannot say. There's Uralkali News, which is updates, which I don't know if has ever followed those, ever followed that account either. So I've got no clue, honestly. I don't know. We need a Japanese team in F1. Every time a Japanese team has come to F1, they have left when they were on the verge of doing something great. Toyota has done that. Well, Super Aguri not, but you get the point. Toyota has done that. Honda, yeah, every every Japanese team we've had in the past few decades. I saw it last week, but I cannot find the Uralkali account back now. Yeah, may have been deleted. Are McLaren given their best, or they have some more performance in the reserve? Opinions? No team is doing their best. No team is going fast. We're going to see those times stumble when the season starts. This is not even testing, guys. They're not going all out. They're doing either high fuel runs or low power runs. Astral Kali tweet is from August 2017. Yeah, I don't think that's a thing. I think that's a story people looked for, not the one that happened. Where's Mazepin? Is he on the track? No time set so far. Yeah, but that's pretty much all that's going on in testing right now. Let me see if Formula One has said, yeah. Okay, so back to the action on the track. There is not actually that much of it at the moment, with Vettel the only driver not in the pits. The German has completed 13 laps so far in the session after taking over the cockpits from Stroll, who managed 55 laps in the morning. Nearly an hour into the afternoon session, Ricciardo remains on top of the pile for McLaren. The time set in the morning session was still great. He took a while to get going last year from his new team, but doesn't appear to be having such teething issues this time around. Yep. Okay. So has it been already 2 hours since I've been here? No, that cannot be 2 hours. No, 1 hour, 1 hour. All right. Yeah, that makes more sense. Alfa Romeo Black is perfect. No, the Alfa Romeo Camo is horrible. Will be on top of testing. It doesn't matter and won't represent anything. It can be Haas, it can be Williams, it can be Alfa Romeo, it can be McLaren, it can be Ferrari, it can be any team. Doesn't mean shit. It's testing. How do they determine how many laps they need to go? They have testing programs that they develop in-house, and yeah, they try to follow those testing programs. I mean, it's usually the most amount of laps possible between tinkering to see and to determine that everything is going as it's supposed to be. Blow my nose. But yeah, it's different for each team, definitely. It's not that if you do the most amount of laps you want testing, but it's definitely important. Mileage is one of the most important things here. Who do you think has the most unique package? Either Ferrari or Red Bull, one of those two. Founder Alcali, they are still there, but not their motorsports account. I didn't know there was a motorsports account. Oh wait, it's 1 hour. Yeah, it was 1 hour. I came here at around, let me just check. Yeah, 15 to 10. And now it's 5 to 11. So it's been 1 hour. Ferrari sounds fierce. Well, it's the way it's supposed to be said. Uralkali isn't a motorsports company in the first place. Yeah, exactly. I'm wearing earphones. My God, I'm sorry, dude. No, it just blew my nose. B10 sounds, yeah. Your predictions for this year? Ooh, still too early to say. Still too early to say. I'm going to wait to do my predictions until after testing. Before Bahrain, but after testing. Who's at the bottom won't go to the top when it matters. I mean, the team who does worst in testing is not going to be the team that wins the championship. But doing the worst doesn't mean times. It can be the slowest time. It doesn't matter. It means mileage more than anything. For example, Alfa Romeo are not going to win the championship this year. Then I can 100% guarantee that. How much more representative will Bahrain testing be? Will teams use it as free practice for the gap? For the gap, I mean, I think you mean the Grand Prix, but kind of. I mean, I don't think it will be practice for the Grand Prix, but it will be much more representative than this. This is just testing some stuff. In Bahrain, there will be more upgrade packages and stuff. And I think it'll be much different for sure. More representative as well. Yeah, 100%. I don't think it will be that set order. We will know the set order until a few races in. But I mean, it kind of gives you an idea of who are the teams that are going to be aiming to the top and who are the teams that are going to be aiming for the bottom. And that's always been the case. I won't give you a running order, no. But I mean, if, say, Alpine is in the top 2 or the top 3 in testing, they are not going to be a backmarker team through the season. They're going to be there or thereabouts, pretty much. Oh, someone crashed? What happened? Well, testing isn't always indicative of a team's true form. What can we read into this preseason running? Looking at testing from across the last couple of years, Mercedes looked the strongest in 2020, topping 2 of the 3 days, and Red Bull returned the favor in 2021, also topping 2 of the 3. All which points to both McLaren potentially being one to watch and the timing sheets lighting up for Bahrain in the couple weeks' time. Yeah, that's exactly what I just said. Thank you, F1. Nobody crashed. No, nobody crashed. Do you think McLaren have a chance for a world championship? I mean, I don't know, dude. Will McLaren versus Ferrari be back? Yes, 100. I think that's one we can agree on. Yeah, Ferrari versus McLaren will be back. Flashbacks to 2007. Yes, I know. I'm a fan from Poland and I live so close to Ukraine. The situation is so stressful. Yeah, I bet. I'm sorry. Are you surprised with McLaren's pace? This this is testing, guys. Pace doesn't matter. No, I'm not surprised with McLaren's pace. I wasn't hoping them to be a backmarker team. I knew they were going to be like top 4, 5, 6 teams. It's common sense, guys. So far, so good. Show after nearly an hour of running, no incidents and 19 laps completed, almost the same amount of his teammate managed this morning. Good for Alfa Romeo then. Bro, will you show the laps? There are no official timings so far. How do you see Alpine? Do we have the plan? Yes, we have the plan. Yeah, El Plan is something that will take time, but it is definitely underway, and I 100% have faith in Alpine. Yes, they're looking good. They're looking good. At least because of you, the season is not boring, but yesterday was despite so good graphics and music. Well, I'm not going to be staying here all day either. Just going to be staying a few more minutes or so. I don't know. But yeah, I mean, so far it's been fun. So far it's been fun chatting with you guys. I've missed you. Will Bahrain test be telecasted? I don't think so. I don't think so. But we will have live timings. Oh, the Bahrain test will be broadcasted. Yeah, okay. What's the most interesting stat you have seen so far? I haven't looked at many stats from this season. So I don't have a straight answer for you. I love how people are saying who's going to win or not when we know nothing about race pace. We know nothing about pace, period. Your prediction about Zhou? I think he'll be on pace with Bottas. He's a pay driver, but he's a fast driver as well, same as Latifi. Is El Plan looking good? This testing, I like the design. I was waiting for you to commentate with that voice. It sounds like Carlos Sainz. Thank you, I guess. Yeah, I like the design of the Alpine. I mean, the blue design is looking amazing. The pink design, not so much. Don't really like that one, but at least it's not like chalk pink. It's more like a more vibrant pink, unlike 2024 Racing Point. The laps are still coming in thick and fast from most of the field, bar poor Perez will remain sidelined thanks to the earlier gearbox issue. Gasly looks to be the first driver to hit a century today, as he sits on lap 87 and is still out there circulating. Good. What's going to happen when we race at Russia? We're not going to race at Russia. Why has Mazepin not started? I don't know. I don't know. Where do you watch it? I am not watching at anything. I'm just looking at Twitter. I'm just looking at the F1 live coverage on their site, and that's pretty much it. What was the average lap time on this track in 2021? Let me see. 2021 Spanish Grand Prix. Quali times. Pole time was a 1:16.7. Yeah, so 4 seconds faster than the times that we have seen so far. Oh, nice. A bot. Just deleted it. Science World Drivers Champion 2022. Yeah, 100%. Yeah, sure. War aside, it would be great if they swapped Russia for the Nürburgring. Yeah. That was a good circuit, wasn't it? I mean, it was great also because it rained, but I would love to see Malaysia back on the calendar, 100%. No, I'm not from Poland. No, I'm not from Poland. Siddharth Tewari, that is not true. Thank you for doing this. I'm tired of refreshing Twitter all the time. Yeah, no problem. I'll just do that for you. Replace Russia with Istanbul Park or Malaysia. I want to see Malaysia back, but that's not going to happen. So Turkey is fine. Yeah, sure. I can do with Turkey. F1 team set for crisis meeting to discuss the Russian Grand Prix. Yeah. Can he make it 3 strong seasons on the bounce? Pierre Gasly has that win under his belt, so knows he can handle the pressure when the heat is on. Is settling well into the team leader role and has good working relationship with his teammates. Okay, good to know. Are you looking forward to Andretti's name returning to Formula One? Yeah, sure. Why wouldn't I? Of course. Interlagos is the best race of the calendar always, says Guilherme Ferlen. Let's see. Team bosses are set for a crisis meeting with Formula One CEO Stefano Domenicali on Thursday evening regarding the situation in Ukraine and potential impact on the Russian Grand Prix. The gathering will take place at Barcelona test after Russia launched an attack on Ukraine that recently put in doubt the upcoming sporting events in the country, such as the F1 race in Sochi on the 25th of September or the Champions League final scheduled for May 28th. The race is the first part of the triple header that also includes the Singapore and Japanese Grand Prix. On Thursday, F1 put a statement saying that it will closely be watching the very fluid developments in Ukraine and will continue to monitor the situation. In a press conference in Barcelona on Thursday, GPDA director Sebastian Vettel made it clear that he will not be racing in Russia. Team bosses stressed that there was a much bigger picture than F1 that had to be considered. I think it's very sad, said Ferraris Mattia Binotto. I think at the moment, all we can do is only to wait and see and hope for better. I think from now to race in September, there is time. And my wish is that somehow everything will stop very soon. F1 is trying to manage the situation. We'll have a meeting between us already tonight. Try to understand what the situation is, how to cope, and how to manage with it. So I think at the moment we can only try to not say. So I think at the moment we can only try to not saying standby, but certainly. Okay. Should Sochi race ultimately be cancelled, Turkey could come as a logical replacement. Yep. Okay, so that was a statement by Mattia Binotto. And Jos Capito also said, yeah, well, pretty much the same. Perez is out of the pits. Nice. Oh, wow. Williams have a side pod hole. You can see straight through it. I'll put the link on the chat. You guys can go give it a look. Huh, that's interesting. You just noticed that? Yeah, I just noticed that. Nice spam. You're welcome. Yeah, so that you guys didn't miss it. So yeah, not much has been going on this second session of the day. Um, yeah, wow, it's huge. Yeah. What do you think Gasly will manage this year? I think at least a podium and a pole, perhaps a win. I think that's been a little bit too optimistic. Um, I don't think Alpine. I don't think AlphaTauri can. I mean, there's gonna be so many teams fighting for those same positions. Sure, who knows? Yeah, perhaps. I have no idea. I don't know what I'm saying. No one knows what I'm saying. No one knows what everyone's saying because it's not even testing yet. They could even win the championship. But yeah, um, that has been, I think, all I had to say for today's testing session. Let me check once again. Okay, so one last statement from Haas, who says, remember a few years ago when hitting 100 laps in preseason testing was an exception rather than the norm? The cars are proving so incredibly reliable here. Even Haas and Alfa Romeo are starting to make up for lost time. Mazepin has sat out the first hour of the afternoon, but he has just headed out for the first time today. Okay, so Mazepin is out on track, and I am out of the stream. So thank you all, guys, for listening to my ramblings for over an hour now. Yeah, I I beg you all to stay here. The stream will continue, not with me, but with a special guest. I guess will be here later on, and the timings will continue to be updated. But yeah, thank you all so much for coming and for everything, and I will see you all in Bahrain testing, I guess, or in my channel. Go look at my channel. I've done a lot of content, guys. A lot of content and a lot of good stuff as well. It's not that filler stuff or anything. It's, yeah, a lot of hours I've gone into it, and I'm really proud of it. So if you can, guys, go give it a look. It would be greatly appreciated. Link is in the description to my channel. So, yeah, thank you all so much, and I will catch you later.
Hello, hello. Can everybody hear me okay? If we get some messages in the chat before I do some introductions and continue. Oh, getting a couple of yeses in the chat. That is absolutely excellent. Hopefully people can hear me. Yes, 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 you can. Excellent. Well, hello, everybody. My name is Alex from the channel Alex Does F1 Stuff, live here on the Racing Statistics channel, covering what we can of testing day number 2 in Barcelona. If you've got any questions, please pop them in the chat and I will do my very best to answer them as we go. I've currently got a couple of live text updates from the Formula One website and the race as well as just a couple of news articles and things like that. But if everyone's got any questions, then please go ahead and fire away. As at the moment, we've got Daniel Ricciardo in the McLaren leading the way in times, 1 minute 20.3 on the C3 compound, 87 laps, which is quite respectable. Quite strong, that. Carlos Sainz, 2/10 back, also on the C3 compound, Ferrari proving strong and consistent once again. Then the AlphaTauri is interestingly quite high up as well. When will Alfa Romeo reveal their official livery? I believe their official livery reveal is actually coming after this test, but I think I heard it was either on the 26th or the 27th, as we've got the final day of testing tomorrow on the 25th, and then I think it's coming out on the 27th or so. So we've still got that camo livery that currently Zhao is running, but you can still see some of the aerodynamic trickery that they're running at the moment. But yeah, I think the Alfa Romeo livery will launch on the 27th. What do you think of the firing of Michael Massey? That didn't take long for a question like that to pop up. I don't know. I feel like he's been used as a sort of scapegoat for the thing, and now I don't think much is going to happen from that. Now that they've got rid of him, they've gone, yes, problem is solved, good, done, let's continue. That's at least my view of what's going to happen. Whether that will or not, who knows? Can you explain why? Oh, that message just disappeared. I was halfway through reading that one. I think it was, can you explain why Mercedes is so slow? Personally, it's testing. It's testing. You don't really read too much into the lap times in testing. Plus, most of the cars are experiencing a issue called porpoising at the moment, where they bounce up and down with the ground effects issue. It's a term that was used a lot in the 80s when we did have the proper big ground effect cars, and now we don't, or do again. That didn't really make any sense. But yes, it's testing. It's testing. We can't really read too much into the times. I'm sure they've run in the C2 at the minute with Russell and Hamilton, so they'll just go quicker when they put faster tires on. Unfortunately, I can't really see what's happening on track. I know we had a little red flag earlier with Nikita Mazepin having stopped, and also Sergio Perez stopping a little earlier as well, with a gearbox issue, and Mazepin had a fuel pump issue. But as of 16:15 local time, Mazepin has only completed 9 laps this afternoon, and his teammate was in the car this morning. But the good news is that he looks like he might be getting ready to head back out, with a little over an hour and a half still to go in this afternoon's session. So Fabian has just popped in here saying Hamilton was setting purple first sectors yesterday, but he was allegedly asked to let off and not let the other teams know the full potential of the car. Whether that's true or not, I personally haven't seen any sector breakdowns. I'm sure all of the teams do have the sector breakdowns like we would normally see if the live timing was made available, which it really should have been. So we'll never really know. We'll never really know. I'd imagine in the Bahrain test, I don't think we're going to see any soft compound tire running, or at least strong soft compound tire running today, or even tomorrow for that matter. I'd imagine that's all going to wait until Bahrain. Is the Alpine new look of their livery will be the official they used in today? Oh, grammar. Is the Alpine new look of their new livery will be that official they used in this today's testing? Or that's just a test livery? So Alpine have, if I understood that question correctly, Alpine have two liveries. They're going to use a majoritively pink livery for the first two races in Bahrain and Saudi Arabia to keep BWT happy, being all pink. And then they're going to revert back to just pink side pods, essentially, where BWT is written for the remaining 21 races of the season. Personally, I much prefer the second livery and not the majority pink one. That one just looks a bit bizarre. The full pink one isn't too bad, really. It's yeah. I personally didn't like it. I didn't really like the combination of the blue at the back. It just didn't. It just didn't look very. It just didn't really suit the style of car for me. Whereas the small pink combination with the majority blue of Alpine does look a little bit better. Is Russell trying to set times, or is he just trying to gather data for the team? I imagine in these two early days, and probably tomorrow as well, it is literally just about gathering as much data as he possibly can, which is why we'll see an awful lot of cars running their aero rakes, either just behind the front wheels, in the middle of the car, or even in Ferrari's case, at the back of the car with their crazy sort of aero rakes and pitot tubes and all sorts, where they just measure the airflow to see how it lines up from the wind tunnel and what the wind tunnel and CFD has told them. So if it matches up, then all is good, which I believe Toto Wolff has said Mercedes has matched up better than they expected at the minute. But obviously now this porpoising issue has popped up, which they didn't notice in wind tunnel testing. And now that's a new issue that they're going to have to solve. Well, every team is going to have to solve. Do you think the cars will be faster or slower than last year? Slower, quite simply. At the minute, their current pole last year was a 116.6 off the top of my head, a 116.6, 116.7, something like that. So yeah, they're considerably much slower at the moment. But again, it's testing. No one has ran the C5 softest compound. Plus, it's stiffer tires, stiffer suspension. Everything has all changed. It's a completely new aero philosophy. So they will be slower. We're just yet to see the extent of how much slower they will be. So yes, these cars are quick. They were only 3 seconds off of the Hamilton pole lap last year, 116, and it's only day two. Exactly. Like, they are quick cars. They are a quick iteration of car, but I don't think they're going to be quicker than, especially than 2020, especially 2020. 2020 was the fastest era of Formula One, period. Then 2020, that was cut back just a little bit when we had the reduction of the rear diffuser strakes and also the small triangular cutout from the floor as well, reducing the downforce mainly for the tires. So that reduced the speed a wee bit, and now it's been reduced just a little bit again. So yes, they're quick, but not going to be super quick. I know the lap times don't mean much, but do you think Russell is adapting better to the new car than Hamilton? So currently, at the minute, where is Hamilton? P something, I can't quite read the number. 122.562, and then Russell at 121.8, both running the C2 compound. with Hamilton running about 10 laps more than Russell. So I suppose from that, you could say that Russell is settled in a bit quicker because, again, Russell was just a bit quicker than Hamilton yesterday, a tenth and a bit, running when they ran the C3 compounds. So potentially you could infer that. But again, it's only day two of testing. It's only day two of testing. As someone has just pointed out, the speed of the car is completely irrelevant. We just want better racing, and better racing we do. That is exactly what we want. I've heard a couple of tweets from some of the drivers and a few freelance journalists after speaking to some of the drivers that they've been trying to follow other cars just to see what it's like, and they have noticed a difference. Yes, it is still difficult. You can't remove the problem completely, but it is so much better than it was last year, which is excellent, which is exactly what we want. We want to see closer racing, and we want to be able to have cars following within a second for 5 or 6 laps plus without the need of having to back off and slow down, essentially. Who is out on track right now? I have absolutely no idea. You unfortunately cannot watch these live these Barcelona tests whatsoever. There's not even any live data to look at. We just have to rely on people at the track taking pictures of the times as they come in. So unfortunately, we do not know. But yes, at the second test in Bahrain, I believe on like the 10th or the 11th of March or something around that time, then yes, that will be televised and we will be able to know. Is the pace of Haas going to make a big gap to the midfield cars? I would like to think that the Haas is now a midfield car. Looking at their, again, in inferencing testing, it's not the best thing in the world to be doing. But looking at it, they're not massively at the bottom. But you would have to say they are struggling, especially with mileage, with Alfa Romeo also. But with lap times, Schumacher is putting in respective lap times up there with Bottas and Vettel and Ocon, etc. So yes, I would think they are going to be a bit more of a midfield team than a proper legitimate backmarker that they were last year. Why does Red Bull RB18 have an undercut inlet? Now that's interesting. So it's all part of the design philosophy of what we can do and what the teams can do with the side pods in order to make the floor work better, to create virtual skirts, if that makes sense, with the airflow coming around the side of the car to seal the floor, to suck it down to the ground, hence the ground effect cars. And obviously Newey has seen that creating this really, really large, significant undercut is more beneficial. Alpine have something very similar, but nowhere near as extreme. But the majority of teams do have a slight undercut. Even Mercedes, you can see on the side view as well, Mercedes have a very small undercut, as well as Alfa Romeo. Alfa Romeo, you can see a very small undercut as well. So teams do have these undercuts. It's just Red Bull have gone for something extremely extreme. But we'll have to wait and see whether it's going to pay off. We absolutely have no idea. Yes, it is an extreme design, so Adrian Newey has come up with something awesome, but we don't know if it's going to work. What happened to Checo? So Checo, about 2 hours ago or so, had a gearbox issue. It was just a gearbox issue, and he was forced to stop on track, and there was a short little red flag period to recover his car. That is exactly what happened to Checo. Which is your most favorite and least favorite livery? Oh, okay. Liveries are an extremely personal thing. So this is a difficult question. I like Aston Martin personally. I like the Aston Martin's livery now that they've got rid of the pink stripe and it is Aston Martin British Racing Green and a lime green. That is lovely. That is a beautiful looking car. Then what other cars do I like? I think that's about it. I think all of the others are sort of eh. I'm not the biggest fan of the Alpine. Red Bull have done exactly the same as they've done for a bajillion years now. Ferrari, that's just red. What other teams are there? McLaren is okay. McLaren is okay. I like the orange. If the blue was grey, like a light grey, that would be beautiful. But it's blue. I don't really like it. Lots of people are saying the Ferrari is a masterpiece. See, it's just red. I like the look of the car. I really like their scalloped side pods and their nose and all sorts that they've got, but it's just red. Mercedes sporting the silver again. Yeah, I like the silver, but it's just silver. It's like Ferrari. It's just silver. I prefer something a little bit interesting. Yeah, Ferrari is just red. Mercedes is just silver. Red Bull hasn't changed for like 15, 16 years. They've done absolutely nothing with it at all. So the best livery, what did I say at the start? Aston Martin. Best livery, Aston Martin at the minute. AlphaTauri, I'm not too keen on the AlphaTauri colors personally. I really like the design and how it flows and matches, but I just don't like the two contrasting colors personally. Will Perez return to the track? Yes, I believe he is about to / on track potentially. I heard that he was back on track. That was at 3:05. That update. It's now 3:30. Oh no. So Perez is still in the garage at the minute. He's still in the garage as of 16:25. So 5 minutes ago, he's still in the garage. But I'm hoping there's still an hour and a half to go. He could potentially get back out on track. Is Leclerc on the softs? He's set his fastest time. Where is Charles Leclerc? P6, a 1 minute 21.764 on the C2 on the harder compound of tyre with 38 laps. So I don't know if Leclerc is on track and if he is on the softs. I will have to wait for a little update to pop through on this text updates on the F1 website. Oh, Mazepin is back out, I'm being told. Okay. Mazepin is heading back out. Oh, Mercedes have a fake car. Their real car will start in Bahrain. I imagine that's going to happen a lot. To be honest, I imagine that's going to happen an awful lot with the majority of teams bringing sort of their launch car, as it were, to Barcelona and then coming to Bahrain with either a completely new car, like Mercedes did in 2019, or a slightly revised and updated version of their car. Where is Max? Max is not running today. Verstappen is not running today. It is Perez. Perez is in the car. Oh, Perez is now hopping back into the Red Bull as of 16:30, 1 minute ago. And it looks like he'll be underway shortly. He'll have roughly 90 minutes to try and make up for the lost time caused by the gearbox issue. So Perez is getting back in the car and will enter the track. Hopefully we can see some quick times from Perez, but we'll have to wait and see. Is Hamilton doing more of his spy work? I'm not sure. I don't actually know who's in the car this afternoon for Mercedes. I don't actually know. I'm not sure. So I think it was Hamilton this morning that was complaining about the bad porpoising issue for the Mercedes. So I think it's Russell that's in the car this afternoon. So Hamilton might just be out and about, strolling the pit lane. Who do you think is the favourite? Of course, for what we know till now. So obviously, yes, it's only day 2 of testing, but I would have to say McLaren look fairly strong and fairly consistent. They're quickest again for the second day in a row with a large amount of laps. Ferrari, again, for the very same reason, they're quick and a large amount of laps. But then you'd have to say Mercedes. Mercedes have only really run the C2 compound and they're only a couple of tenths back. So it's a 121.8 for Russell on the C2. And then you start to get into the high 1 minute 20s with the people on the C3 compound. We don't know the exact time delta between C3, C4, and all the other compounds, but you'd have to put them up there. We're not sure. Where is Max? I think I answered this question a little while ago. Max is not running today. Verstappen will run again tomorrow with a split shift with Perez. Red Bull opted to run Verstappen all of yesterday, Perez all of today, and then split shift tomorrow. Oh, will the new ground effect issue, porpoising, cause spins and uncontrollable cars in the corner, or is it only limited to the straights? So porpoising is the large issue that has returned to Formula One. It's a sort of term that was lost when ground effect cars of the 80s faded out to standard cars, and it's only just come back. It is an issue where there is an enormous amount of load on the front wing and the floor area of the car, sucking it to the ground. That's the whole purpose of these cars, to pull them closer to the ground. And the closer and closer and closer they get, the faster down the straights they go, and the closer to the floor they get, it then at some point stalls, and the car now suddenly rises, instantly rises up. And then the moment it rises, the ground effect starts working again, and it pulls the car back down. And this happens really, really quite quickly, of the car being pulled down at a certain speed under a certain load. The car stalls, the car rises, ground effect works again, it gets pulled back down. And it just causes an aerodynamic bouncing. So it's not a physical track bouncing, it's just an aerodynamic bouncing. And it only really happens on the straights under the high loads when the ground effect is working. I don't know of any issues, or I don't know of any solutions around this issue, but it could cause some issues potentially. I'm not sure. Has Perez crashed or something? Because his lap times are the same. Perez has, as of yet, not gone back out due to his gearbox issue. So he had a gearbox issue about 2 and a bit hours ago, returned to the garage, and only a couple of minutes ago, he was preparing to get back into the car at the moment. Thanks a lot for the info. If it happens in the corners, crashes galore. Potentially, it could happen in the fast corners. So fast swooping corners. I'm not too sure, but yeah, we'll just have to wait and see on that. Could we see a championship battle between 3 or more drivers? I would love to see that. I would. Who wouldn't? Who would not like to see that? Everyone would like to see a battle between 3 drivers, especially 3 drivers from 3 different teams. That would be awesome. Where do you see Aston Martin this season? Hopefully a little bit further up than where they were last year. But exactly where to see them, I wouldn't, at this moment in time, I wouldn't put them as championship contending material, no, but I would definitely put them midfield or top midfield potentially. Do you think Russell can outqualify Hamilton? Probably. Probably if Bottas can do it, then Russell can do it quite easily. Will Gasly and AlphaTauri score podiums frequently? I hope so. I hope we can have one of the smaller teams like Alfa Romeo, Haas, or AlphaTauri podium a little bit more regularly than they have in the past recent years. That again would be awesome, but we just don't know. We just don't know. I don't think anyone's got a smoking gun that can leap them all the way from the rear of the midfield or backmarker team status up to podium running, because it would be great to see Williams consistently up there again, like in the top 5, etc. But I personally can't see it yet. I cannot see it yet. Again, exactly the same with Vettel. Do you think Vettel is going to get on the podium? I just don't know. I personally can't visualize it happening yet. I can't see the main structure of McLaren, Ferrari, Red Bull, and Mercedes being rattled that much. Yes, I can see that order being swapped around. So it might be McLaren at the top, then Ferrari, then Mercedes, then Red Bull, or it could be the other way around. I just can't see all of them tumbling to the point where we then end up with a brand new team at the top that's never been at the top before. I can't personally see it myself. I know it's way too soon to speculate something with the data that we currently have, but I still think that McLaren and Ferrari, possibly even Alpine, are the ones that are going to fight for both championships. I would think that's a fair assessment of the data that we do have for the 2 days of testing, that it is Ferrari and McLaren that look strong, but I just don't know. We'll have to wait and see for the Bahrain testing in 2 weeks' time. Is there live timing? No, sadly there isn't. I'd love there to be live timing to look at sector times or a track map or something, but there is absolutely nothing. We have to rely on the circuit journalists to post the lap times that get put up onto their live text update services that they offer. Daniel has completed 101 laps already. Yes, we do have a couple of people in the 100 club at the minute. I think McLaren, yep, 101 for Daniel Ricciardo. Gasly and AlphaTauri, 107. Then I believe Ferrari have also crossed the 100 mark. We've got Sainz on 71. And where is Leclerc? Leclerc on 38. So Ferrari have also crossed the 100-point mark as well. Ocon 112. Where's Esteban Ocon? Oh, yeah, Esteban Ocon, 112. He's all the way down in P15, a 1 minute 23.28 on the C2, 112 for Esteban Ocon. Oh, do you think Ocon will outperform Alonso? That's an interesting one. That is a very interesting question. I would really like to see them a little bit closer because of all the analysis I did of the last season between the teammates. It was a little bit one-sided towards Alonso. I would like to see it to be a little bit more even. I'm not sure. I'm not sure because at the moment, where is Ocon today? 1 minute 23. Alonso hasn't run today. He ran yesterday and he did a 121. They were both on the C2 compound. So there is a significant difference in Alonso's favor of 5/10. But again, it's testing. They have their own very thought out and very thorough testing plans with different aero brakes and different fuel loads and engines, etc., etc. So it's hard to tell at this stage. But yes, I would like to hope that Ocon is going to be a wee bit closer to Fernando. Or do you think there could be a Nico Rosberg-like situation with Hamilton and Russell? I really hope not. I really hope not, because that really did kind of tear Mercedes into pieces in those 3 years that they were fighting for the championship. So I'm sure if they didn't have quite a dominant car, it would have scuppered any of their chances of winning the championship with those two drivers squabbling like they were. It's just they had such a dominant car that they ended up walking it anyway. So I hope not, because it would be extremely volatile to their chances this year, not knowing what the pecking order is going to be. So it's a very interesting question. I hope not, but you just can't say. Oh, I wish we did have a track map though. I'd love to just say what's going on track. The last update I've got, where are we up to? 1641 from Formula One. After making some front wing adjustments, it looks like Daniel Ricciardo will be heading out imminently. And indeed, there he goes to add to 102 laps. Having seemingly taken to this year's car much quicker than he did last year's, his inter-team battle with Lando Norris could be one for the ages. Interesting statement there from Formula One regarding McLaren, as Ricciardo does seem a bit more comfortable this year. Maybe it suits his driving style, which is late braking. That's really Daniel Ricciardo's signature thing. Who knows? And then there's a little bit of information about Zhao as well. He's managed a credible 46 laps so far this afternoon. Good practice for him, but even better for the team who were struggling extremely with their reliability yesterday. Their livery is still the misleading territory, leaving a few experts raising eyebrows about just what they are trying to hide and whether it is something very, very good or something that might be heading in the wrong direction. Again, an interesting statement there from Formula One regarding Alfa Romeo, as they're the only team that's run a camo livery. I think they've run a camo livery for the past couple of years, but they're the only one doing it for this year. I'd have thought more teams would have actually done it for this year, potentially. What have we got from Gary Anderson here? The Mercedes had 2 laps waving around. It looked strange. The rear of the Williams looks extremely lively out of turn 7. I've just seen the Red Bull do exactly the same. So these cars potentially look a bit of a handful accordingly, especially with the porpoising issue, as Perez now heads back out and Perez is now on track. So it's a little bit quiet out there at the moment, but there are 3 drivers out there. Vettel, who's just improved, Russell in the Mercedes, and also Nikita Mazepin with Sergio Perez just entering the track. Now, let's just quickly go back through some of these questions. I'm sure there have been a couple that have popped up that I can have a little look at. Will Ferrari be faster than last year? With respect to the Ferrari of last year, probably not, but with respect to moving up from P3 in the Constructors' Championship and bridging that gap to the top 2 teams, yes, absolutely. I believe they can do that. Whether they will, I'm not too sure. Who is driving for McLaren? Both drivers, correct. Both drivers, incorrect. It is just Daniel Ricciardo that is driving for today. They'll be splitting the driving duties for tomorrow. Hopefully this year, Sergio Perez can keep up with Max Verstappen. Yes, I would very much like that, and I'm sure Red Bull would very much like that, as they probably could have stood a better chance of winning the Constructors' Championship last year if Perez had just sort of kept up a wee bit more than he did. If he was a bit more like Bottas was to Hamilton than just being a bit too far away. But we'll give him the benefit of the doubt on that one, getting used to a brand new car and a brand new team. Exactly. Don't watch testing to see which teams are going to be fast. Watch it to see which teams are having issues and struggling to make their new cars work. As teams that are definitely struggling are Alfa Romeo and unfortunately Haas. I was really surprised to see that Haas have so much issues. They've been working on this car for probably the longest out of anyone, maybe in the top like 2 or 3 teams out of anyone, and they're having a severe amount of issues. I am very surprised that they're having this many issues with their car. Is Red Bull competitive this year? We'll have to wait and see. It's going to be a much better commentary experience and data fueled experience when we get to Bahrain's test in about 2 or 3 weeks' time. At the minute, we've got some information regarding Perez. Perez has added 7 laps to his morning tally after finally making it out after the lengthy delay for his gearbox issue. Given how many parts arrived at the Red Bull garage this morning, I noticed that there was actually some pictures of a brand new floor turning up. So I'm waiting for a comparison picture of the new Red Bull floor. Have they made any setup changes for the Mexican? Either way, he's headed back out after a debrief. Good stuff. Good stuff. Oh, here we go. Leclerc has just set a new fastest time, going under the 1 minute 20s. And what tyre was that on? Does it say? They've not updated it just yet. They haven't said what tyre he was on setting that, but he's done a 119.804 to go top of the leaderboards. Gasly has improved too. He goes back up to 3rd, having briefly been displaced by Charles Leclerc on a 1 minute 20.542. So we've got a couple of leaderboard changes at the moment. I'll just wait for the race to actually update their timing leaderboard to see what tire Leclerc set that on, as he may have been out on the C4. I'm not 100% sure on that, but I would imagine the C3. I don't think he's running the hards. I don't think that was C2. C2. People are saying C2. He really did it on C2. Oh, blimey. Oh, blimey. Okay. If he did that on C2, wow. Leclerc, really? He actually did that? Oh, wow. Okie dokie. Nice. Good stuff for Ferrari, that. That's quite ominous, isn't it? That's what it's not the fastest time overall, as Norris did a 1:19.5 on the C4, but for Leclerc to do a 1:19.8 on the C2, that's impressive. That's very impressive. Yeah. Yeah, C2 is the high. Blimey. Wow. I was not expecting that. I was expecting that to be the C3 or the C4 compound attire there. Jeez. Good stuff. Good stuff. So whether that's him just, yeah, it could be on low fuel. Again, we don't know. We don't know fuel loads. We don't know how hard they're pushing the engine. Like we don't know anything at all about these lap times. But it is good to see that they can go quickly and they are flexing just a little bit, just to displace McLaren right at the very end there. We've got how long? Oh, just over an hour and 10 minutes still to go. Oh, some people saying Leclerc was on the C3. I'm still waiting for an update on the F1 website regarding this. Here we go. With just over an hour to go, Leclerc has replaced Daniel Ricciardo at the top of the leaderboard. The Monegasque has lapped 1 minute 19.804, still 3/10 slower than Norris managed yesterday. And May made no reference to the tyres that he was on, and I can't see from that image. So I'm not 100% sure. Lots of people are saying C2, but lots of people are saying C3. Again, the race hasn't updated their leaderboards and F1 hasn't told me. So not 100% sure, but I think it's been changed. I think it was C3. I think it may have been C3. I'm getting lots of contradicting information here. There's so much information going on in the chat. C2 and C3 compounds everywhere. We'll just have to wait and see. It's C3 100%. Autosport says C3. C3 for Leclerc. Well, either way, it's a tire compound lower than Norris's 1:19.5. So to be just 3/10 down on that on a harder compound is very impressive. And to be the first driver to go into the 1:19s today by 5/10, that is impressive. That is very impressive. Okay, well, that was an awful lot of information about Charles Leclerc there regarding what tires he was on. Remember, if you guys have any questions whatsoever regarding testing, regarding the new regulations or anything like that, then please let me know. I will do my best to answer it as best I can. As we've got 2,141 people watching, that is absolutely awesome. Remember to please like and subscribe to the stream. It does help us out an awful lot. We'll be covering one of these tomorrow. Whether I'll be commentating or not, I will have to find out if I've got some spare time. Oh, an update from Ocon. Ocon has been out of the car down at Alpine and having what looked to be a very in-depth discussion with his engineers. To be a fly on the wall on that one, he certainly hasn't been quick today. No, he has not. Currently lying 16th. But was he even aiming to be fast? Was he even aiming to be fast? Who knows? Why do people say C instead of soft, medium, and hard? So the C just stands for compound. So Pirelli have 5 dry tire compounds: C1, C2, C3, C4, C5. Compound 1, compound 2, compound 3, compound 4, etc., etc., etc. And when we go to different circuits, Pirelli will allocate 3 of the 5 compounds. And then when we go to that race, for example, if Pirelli choose compound 1, 2, or 3, the middle one will be the mediums, The hardest one will be the hards, and the highest up compound will be the softs. It's only when we get to that Grand Prix weekend that they get allocated the soft, medium, and hard titles. Whereas in testing, where we have all 5 of them available, they're known as C1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. So all we could say is C5 is soft, C3 is medium, C1 is hard, and then C2 and C4 just fit in the middle of soft, hard, no, soft, medium, and hard, medium, essentially. I hope that sort of clears it up. Oh, lots of questions coming in here. Let's just pick one at random. Why are McLaren so high up? Maybe they're quick. Maybe they're quick. Maybe everyone's going slowly. Who knows? Why does everyone think Sainz is not capable of beating Leclerc? He did it last year. Exactly. I don't know where this idea has come from, that Sainz is not capable of that. I mean, in the first year that he was teammates with Verstappen at Toro Rosso, he literally matched the guy. Almost, not quite, but he was on level with Verstappen on most of the Grand Prix weekends. So he is a very impressive driver, and I wouldn't be surprised if he ends up beating Leclerc once again. It's just Leclerc is the proven race winner, unlike Carlos Sainz. What do you think about Mick's performance, and can he beat Checo? Oof. I think that's a very tall order for Mick Schumacher to beat Checo, but definitely Schumacher is putting in a solid performance. Currently a 1 minute 21.9 on the C3 compound for Haas. So he's definitely up there. He's definitely up there. Mick Schumacher for the world drivers title. Imagine that. That would be impressive, especially in the Haas, if they did turn up to the second test in Bahrain with just a brand new car, just entirely brand new, and it just walked everyone. That would be impressive. That would be very, very impressive. Everybody is sandbagging. Exactly. Everyone is sandbagging. No one wants to show what their cars can do. I mean, they probably don't even know what their cars can do, to be honest. I doubt they know the full limits of their car's potential at the minute. Any more updates at the minute? Oh, 900 days ago today. Interesting. This was Charles Leclerc's last F1 win. I was about to say first. Last F1 win at the 2019 Italian Grand Prix. That's 900 days ago. Jesus Christ. Blimey. That's a long old time. 900 days since your last Grand Prix victory. There's definitely a lack of information coming through at the minute on these text updates here. So we'll go back to a couple of questions. See what's up here at the minute. What do you think of Stoffel Van Dorn? I don't really know. He was in F1 for a season and a race or two in 2016, I think, or 17. I can't remember exactly when he filled in for Alonso. I think it was 2016 after his crash with Gutierrez in Australia. He's a solid driver. He's doing well in Formula E. I completely forgot what the racing series was then. But yeah, he's doing well in Formula E at the minute. That's about it. Respectable driver, probably didn't quite make it in Formula One. That's about all I've got. Oh, update for Gasly. Gasly is chasing down Ricciardo as the Frenchman tries to get on the tail of the McLaren. He's not quite close enough at the moment to get the full effect of the dirty air coming off the back of the McLaren, but in a lap or two, he might be able to if he keeps this pace up. As that is something that's been coming from a couple of the drivers at the minute. They've been trying their best to get close to get close to the cars in front, just to see what it is like to follow the cars in front. And they have noticed it to be easier than it was last year, but still difficult. So it is still difficult to follow, but it is better than it was last year, which is good. That was the whole point of these ground effect cars, throwing the wake up and above and over the car that's following, like they do now. That's the whole point of them, hopefully. So we'll have to wait and see in a full race scenario of the full extent that they can do. Red Bull has trouble. I've not heard of current Red Bull trouble, but Red Bull has had trouble at the moment. Yes, he had gearbox issue. Perez a couple of hours ago had a gearbox issue. And that's about where we stand for the time being. Not really much is going on. There's only a couple of cars on track, I believe, setting lap times. No one's really gone any quicker since Leclerc's 19.8. So the order currently at the moment is Leclerc, this is for today, for day 2, Leclerc 19.8 on the C2, having done 46 laps for Ferrari. Then Ricciardo in the McLaren, a 120.3 on the C3, 111 laps. Nice hefty amount there. Then Gasly P3, 120.5, 116 laps. Carlos Sainz on the morning session for Ferrari, a 120.5, 71 laps. Then Sebastian Vettel, Alex Albon, George Russell, Latifi, Stroll, Schumacher, Bottas, Perez, Mazepin, Hamilton, down in P14, a 122.562, but on the C2 compound, having done just 40 laps. Then Guan Yu Zhao, a 122.8, again on the C2 hard compound, 53 laps. And then Esteban Ocon in the Alpine, 112 laps, one of the highest tallies, the third highest tally so far this day, a 123.2, the only man in the 123s. So we've got 3 drivers themselves as Centurions above 100 laps, and I believe 4 different teams above the 100 lap barrier, as I think Ferrari have gone over that themselves. And that's literally it. There really isn't that many updates coming as we enter the final hour at the moment. Yep, it leaves Gasly out on track with plenty of fresh air now, with Leclerc and Vettel also out, but in completely different sectors. So there's only 3 cars out on track currently at the moment. And if we were to combine all of the times with yesterday as well, we end up with Lando Norris being the fastest, having been the only driver to set a quick lap time on the C4 compound. I believe other drivers have set times on the C4, but they haven't been quick times overall. So do remember, if you have any questions of your own regarding the testing session, anything regarding the new aero designs or anything like that, then please pop them in the comments. I shall do my best to answer them as best I can. I'll just pick a couple whenever I see them pop up, trying to fill the gaps in between any of the action that does happen. But as we've only got 3 cars on the track, it's a little bit difficult sometimes to fill the gaps with stuff, as there unfortunately isn't any live data or any timings or track maps or anything to look at. We just have to rely on all of the other freelance journalists that are there to give us some updates. Oh, I can actually check Twitter. Why haven't I haven't even checked Twitter at all. What am I doing? I'm not a professional one bit. Show me 50 more tweets, please, Twitter. Yes, please. Right, let's have a look at what's going on here. Any more questions? Do you think the Merc and Red Bulls are sandbagging? Sandbagging is such a bizarre like term in testing, because no one really wants to show their pace like at all in any regard. So I think everyone isn't at max at all. So I don't think any one team in particular is sandbagging. They're just waiting to reveal their true pace. Probably wait until Bahrain, and we'll see that. Oh, we've got Mercedes running some new interesting cooling gills on their car. That's interesting. That's a bit of an aggressive cooling approach from Mercedes, which is probably because of their significantly narrow rear end and their radiators being absolutely tiny at the back. So I'm hardly surprised they've had to literally cut, how many is that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 slits into the rear of their car on either side. Yeah. That's quite an aggressive cooling approach, which would have to come from the fact that they have absolutely tiny rear ends. I think it's the slimmest rear end out there at the moment. So hopefully that doesn't put in any reliability worries or niggles with overheating issues in their car. Hopefully not. Even Twitter is dry as well. There's really not that much at all. There's a picture of the Alfa Romeo. And then as well, I think it's the Alfa Romeo. Who knows? It's all camouflage. It could just be nothing. Just a pair of wheels. That's such a dead joke. That's such a bad joke. Oh, blimey. It's just a pair of floating wheels in absolutely nothing. Someone's just taking a picture of some wheels. Oh dear. That's what it's come to. That's what it's come to. With the last 55 minutes, I'm making jokes about a camouflaged car. Blimey. Well, you can definitely see the undercuts if you have a look on, who is this? Twitter. Philip Hornton, Twitter. You can see the large undercuts that Alfa Romeo have employed to their side pods as well, in a similar fashion to the Red Bull, but not quite as extreme. Oh, I still can't believe I made a joke about a camouflaged car. Blimey. Oh, that's interesting. Williams have got a little hole in their side pod. So they've got the side pod entrance, which you can look at clearly. Then it goes down to their radiators, as it traditionally would. But then there's actually a hole at the top. So the radiator doesn't go all the way to the top of the side pod inlet. So there's actually a gap at the top, which is actually quite interesting. It feeds out to the rear of the side pod and then down back to the floor. So it would just create an area of high pressure, I guess, coming out of that tiny little funnel. That's quite interesting. I've not seen that before. I think that's the first sort of hole that we've seen in the cars for the time being. And are there any other photos at the moment? There's pictures of Mazepin and Perez's cars being picked up. And let's just refresh Twitter and see what's happened. As again, there is no... Oh, Russell. Russell has added to his 44 laps. An oddly fitting number given his teammate. He finished on 77 yesterday. And again, coincidence there. Perhaps he'll end on 63 today. Thus far, it has all been plain sailing for the new recruit, although, like most of the field, he is dealing with the porpoising issue in that W13. But bar that, the Mercedes is looking a very decent car out there at the moment. Someone's just put can't be good for aero. Gasly is a brilliant driver. What can't be good for aero? Where's this question? Let's try and scroll up, see if I can find that. Slocon is back. Why are people being mean to Esteban? We don't know what their run plan is. We have no idea. We have absolutely no idea what their run plan is. Their run plan could be drive slow. I think they've had the aero rakes on the car for the time being. Can't be making assumptions about it just yet. Oh, there's a much better picture of the Alfa Romeo here. Zhao is moving up. He's jumped up to 11th with a 1 minute 22.239 on the C3 compound. It's been an encouraging session for the rookie and his team. Another tricky morning. He has logged 57 laps overall. That's the most of anyone this afternoon. Good stuff. Good stuff. And you can see, again, clearly there is a nice large undercut beneath their side pod and the floor. Very much like very much like the Red Bull, but still not quite as impactful. We'd have to wait for their full livery to release, though. Hole in the Williams. Yeah. Oh, that's what was in reference to the aerodynamically. Well, it depends. It really depends on what its purpose is. A hole can be good and a hole can be bad. If it's a hole that they've clearly put there, then it's probably a good thing to be there. It's I'm not quite sure. I'd have to look at it and see if there's been any CFD analysis on that. But yeah, I something I've not seen before. Something I've not seen before. Everyone's making predictions for the Constructors' Championship and Drivers' Championship. I'm just curious to see which teams are going to be the backmarkers. Actually, that's probably what you can more clearly see from testing there, actually. You could probably see which teams are struggling, and I would have to say it's Alfa Romeo and Haas, which is actually quite disappointing. Especially seeing that Haas have been developing this car for so long, and it seems to not have really paid off for them too well. Aston Martin have just passed the 100-lap mark as a team, with Sebastian Vettel on 56, and therefore Lance Stroll on 50 or 44. Track conditions are still pretty good at the moment, although the air temperature is slowly starting to drop, as it's currently 5 o'clock in Spain at the moment. That is negated by the track being more rubbered in, however. So there's more reason. There is. I've lost my place. So there is no reason there might not. Hey, the grammar in these posts is appalling. What is going on? There is no reason there might not be a late improver. There we go. Eventually got there. Grammar is not people's strong point today. I'll definitely say that much. What is Red Bull doing? Only 50 laps or so for Perez. I know he had his gearbox issue, but come on, do more. Wow. Well, there you go. Yeah, do more, Perez. Do more, Perez. Come on, keep going. He's currently out on track at the minute. He's currently out there on track, pumping in the laps. He lost about 2 and a bit hours this morning. Bear in mind, these sessions are, 4 hours or so? So perhaps he lost about an hour and a half, hour 45 for the gearbox change, which is quite a significant impact on his laps. So to have done 50 laps already, which would have mostly been done in the morning, that's fine, because the most anyone's done this afternoon is 53 in the afternoon session alone. 53, 56, 55. That's the most laps anyone's done. So to have done that in the morning, that's respectable. And then to have lost almost half of your afternoon running, 50 laps is fine. 50 laps is fine. There's nothing wrong with that. Why is Mercedes not doing that many laps? That is actually quite interesting. So Mercedes seem to be the team that is struggling the most, and potentially Ferrari, with this porpoising issue of their car. So that is potentially why they're not getting as many laps in for the time being. So I don't know who. I think it's Russell in the car at the moment. He's done 43 laps this afternoon, and then this morning Hamilton did 40. So again, they're not bad numbers in terms of laps. They're not single digits or barely just double digits of laps. It's not a large amount of laps like a lot of the teams have done. So AlphaTauri have done almost 120 with Gasly for the time being, whereas Mercedes have only done 80. It's like it's not a bad thing. It's just not a great thing. It's not what we've traditionally seen from Mercedes, where they just pump in miles after miles after miles after miles. Porpoising, explain. Okie dokie. I have not explained this for about half an hour or so. So porpoising is an issue with every single ground effect car. It was a term that sort of faded out of Formula One since the 1980s, when we were ground effect. And now that we are ground effect again, it has since come back. So the way that the ground effect cars work is it essentially, the aerodynamics of the car as the air flows over on a main straight sucks the car to the floor, sealing the floor, and the car gets really, 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 really close to the ground, hence ground effect cars. And it just allows the Venturi and the diffuser to work so very well. But what happens when the car gets really close to the floor is it eventually stalls. And when the air stalls, the car then rises and the suspension relaxes. And when this relaxes, this instantly allows the ground effect and the Venturi to work again, and it rips the car to the floor. And this just bounces up and down repeatedly really quickly along the straights as they go. And this just keeps going and going and going and going back and forth until they go into a corner. So that is the term of porpoising, and that is the issue that mostly Mercedes and pretty much everybody is currently dealing with. But it seems to be affecting Mercedes and Ferrari and potentially McLaren, I'm hearing as well on Twitter, a lot more than most of the other teams. So hopefully that has answered your question on what porpoising is. I hope. All right, let's give a little refresh to Twitter and see what's there. 31 missed tweets. So far, it seems to be all about Sebastian Vettel at the minute and his comments, but I personally won't get into that at the time being. What else is going on? Live timing screens. I've already got those. Where are we up to? Someone saying red flag. I saw a red flag message. I've not seen a red flag pop up, but I will keep an eye out. I shall keep an eye out for that to see if there is one. Any other questions that people have? Any other questions? As again, there really hasn't been much going on in this last sort of half an hour or so. With the afternoon lap counts, we've got Zhao and Gasly have just hit 60 apiece for the afternoon session, with Perez having only managed 14 this afternoon, but he has missed a significant chunk of that time at the minute. Do you think Mercedes will have infighting like they did with Lewis and Rosberg? Potentially. It just depends on how well Russell matches / beats Hamilton. We just don't know. Question from Plux. Just says question. We'll have to wait and see what the question is. Let's wait for that one to come through. The wheel rims. Will we be seeing information LEDs on the wheels? Oh, good question. I don't think so. At least for the first couple of races. That'll be something that F1 will see. If the fans are interested in that, then they will hear the fan voices regarding that, and then they will have a look at displaying LED information on the wheel rims. As at the moment, they do look kind of. It's just a plate. It's just essentially an upside down plate shoved on the wheel. It does look a bit boring for the time being. So it would be nice if there was some more LED information on there, but then imagine when they go wheel to wheel, it's going to break. If they end up bumping wheels, it's going to break quite easily. So yeah, I'm not sure. It's something to look out for, but I don't think they've got it for the moment. Gasly has popped up into second place for AlphaTauri with a 120 flat, a 120.030. His one lap pace was superb last year, but the car tended to fade slightly come the race day. Can the team turn that around for this year and find a compromise that allows them to be competitive no matter what the situation? If they can, they really could be in for, or they could, blimey. If they can, he really could be a force to be reckoned with. It's potentially also me struggling with reading for the time being. But yes, Gasly gets close to Leclerc. He is just 0.2 down. Which channel can I get the testing on? Sadly, none. This testing is not live broadcasted anywhere. There is no live data. It's only the live text updates on the Formula One website and also the race as well. Why has Mercedes dropped a lot? Do you know why Mercedes is slow? It's testing. I can't imagine there being a big reason why they're slow, but they are experiencing this porpoising issue exactly like all the other teams are at the moment. Potentially Mercedes are experiencing this porpoising issue a bit more significantly than others, which is limiting their top speed factors as the car bounces up and down on the road at the moment. But To say that they're slow, I wouldn't really. It's testing. It's only day two. Oh, what was your first exposure to F1? From Shadowhunter 99. What do you mean by first exposure? Like when I personally was first introduced to Formula One, or how I've been involved in the Formula One world? Potentially, I mean, I can answer both of those questions, but if we could just get a little bit more information on first exposure to F1. Can you do ASMR so I can go to sleep? I don't think that's something I can do. Sadly, I don't think that's something I can do. So you'll just have to go to sleep listening to me talk. The first one. So how I got involved personally in Formula One. So that is a good question. The first season that I fully watched from start to finish was 2010, 2010. The battle between Red Bull and Ferrari, Alonso and Vettel, along with Webber and Hamilton as well. That was the first ever season that I watched. It's now 12 years later. I'm 21, almost 22. I had to pause on that for a brief little moment. So yeah, I've been a fan of Formula One for just over a decade, and it's just excellent. And I've only been creating videos for about 2 years now, two and a bit years, almost. In March, in the middle of March, it would be 2 years since I've been creating YouTube videos. So I hope that answers your question on when I first got introduced to Formula One. I don't think these cars will be much slower than the last generation of cars if you compare these early numbers. Again, that's probably true. Actually, that's a good question. Let's pull up the F1 testing. Oh, we didn't test it. Did we test at Barcelona last year? Testing 2021. Did we test it? No, we tested Bahrain. That's annoying. Let's get the. If I get 2020's testing times up, we can see the times that people were doing in 2020. So that's day 3. What day are we on? Day 2. So day 2 of 2020 saw a fastest time for the Alfa Romeo, a 1:17.1 in 2020 of testing of 2020. Now, bear in mind the 2020 cars are the fastest car ever to go around Formula One. Like that is the fastest car that we've seen. So yes, they are potentially these cars are slower, but how slower we don't really know for the time being. So the day 1 of 2020, day 1 of 2020's fastest lap time was a 16.9, and then the fastest was a 15.4 from Valtteri Bottas overall. And then pole position for 2021 last year was a 16.6, a 16.7 off the top of my head. Go back to that. Any updates on lap times? Nothing. Where are we up with questions then? Does it say which days? In what regard, which days? So we're currently on day 2 of testing for this year. Day 2 of 2020's testing was a 17 flat. What do you think of Aston's position for this season? Much the same as last year. Hopefully a little bit better. I would like to see them sort of top of the midfield, maybe potentially regular podiums. I'd like to see everyone get regular I want to see everyone get regular podiums, but I just don't think there's going to be anything. Oh, so last year's testing last year's testing times we only went to Bahrain, so we didn't go to Barcelona. So there's no point in comparing those at the minute. Gasly is fast approaching a double race distance. He's done 126 laps at the minute with 6 more to go to reach a double race distance of Barcelona. Daniel Ricciardo. Oh, Ricciardo is going out on soft rubber. Here we go. C4 compound for Daniel Ricciardo at the minute. But he seems content just to test out the 18-inch tires to see how they grip up early in the evening conditions. He remains third with 118 laps. So Ricciardo is going out on the soft compound of tire. This could be interesting. Sad that Alpha haven't run that much. Yes, agreed. I mean, Zhao has actually done impressive this afternoon. He's 60 something laps at the moment. 60 as of 10 past 4. It's now 23 minutes past 4. So he's done an impressive amount this afternoon, but overall as a team, they are definitely lacking at the minute. Merck spotted with the side air outtakes. Yes, they've been spotted with 8 little gills on either side of their car. That's mainly due to test a cooling aspect of their car, as their car is super slim on the rear, at the rear. So they're going to have some cooling issues, much like they did last year. So they're going to have to find and come up with some new inventive ways of getting the engine cool without increasing the size of the side pods, as they want their side pods to be slim, nice and slim, teeny tiny. Sebastian Vettel on track? No idea. I haven't got a clue. As sadly, there is no updates as to who is actually on track at the minute. I think it is Zhao, Gasly. Gasly is still going round, and then also Ricciardo has just come out as well. So 3 that I know of at the moment. Oh, with Russell. Russell's gone P4. I've just seen in the chat. And yes, Russell has gone P4. I don't know when that actually popped in. A 1 minute 20.5 on the C2. Now that's impressive. That's impressive. But Ricciardo is on the C4 compound at the minute. But whether he'll set a quick lap time, I don't know. McLaren might just want to go for glory and try and snatch the fastest lap back from Leclerc, as we know they can do a 19.5, which would be interesting. So I shall see. Yeah, but that's better from Mercedes to see a 20.5 on the C2. That's very good. That's very good. The Red Bull is ugly. The Red Bull livery is ugly. Agreed. I don't like the Red Bull livery because they've done nothing with it. The Red Bull side pods, I quite like them personally, and then everything else about the car is the same. Russell P4 on hards, 2 seconds ahead of Verstappen's time. Hopefully Max was sandbagging. Yeah, we're just not sure. Different testing run plans on different days, different weather conditions, temperatures, rubber on the track, etc. Like, this is the most rubbered in the track is going to be in the last 45 minutes of the session. So they're going to have the maximum grip that they possibly can on the day. Yes, the temperatures are going to be slightly reduced, so the C2 might not be the most optimum compound because of how cool it's going to be. But yeah, it's still ominous, I'd say. Ominous. The sponsor on the rear wing of the Red Bull looks funny. Well, they've got nothing on the main plane of the DRS flap at the minute, like looking backwards to the car. But if they got Oracle on the back, so if you're looking at them from behind towards their diffuser, if they got Oracle written on there. So I preferred it when it said Honda personally. Rumors are that Mercedes are bringing a better spec car to Bahrain testing like they did in the second week. Oh, rumors. I'd imagine a couple of teams are doing that, but I wouldn't be surprised if Mercedes is one of those teams bringing a second spec car to Bahrain. It would be interesting to see what they've done with it. Because, I mean, they've already got their super wavy, wiggly floor for this one, and their ridiculously narrow rear end and narrow side pods as they are. If they take them any narrower, I'd be very surprised. It's possible to go a bit narrower, but then we get into the realm of the crash structure on the side pod, and it doesn't have to be on the inside of the side pod, but it's fairly standard for the crash structure on the side of the car to be in the side pod. So if they do decide to go any smaller, as I'm fairly sure what they've got currently is pushing the limits of keeping the crash structure within the realm of the side pod box. How can I watch the preseason test? You can't, sadly, unfortunately. It's not live. There are no live timing updates. There's no track map. There's no footage. There is absolutely nothing, as Gasly has gone purple in the first 2 sectors with a toe from Perez, but it's not enough. He stays second, though he improves. He is just a 10th behind Leclerc. I don't know what he's improved to. It does not say just yet. But Gasly has improved his lap time with purple sectors 1 and sector 2. Mercedes won't go higher. They're just chilling. I'd imagine Mercedes are just chilling right now. Currently P4, 1 minute 20.5. How do you even get this info? Info regarding what? So info about the lap times? That is currently coming from any internet source that decide that they want to post the lap times. So I'm currently looking at the race website. There's a website called The Race where they're doing a live testing text updates along with Formula One as well, where they post the occasional lap times. And then we here at Racing Statistics just collate all of them and put them in a nice little table. Oh, as everything's all updating. So Gasly's lap time on the C4 is a 1:19.918 on the C4 compound. He's just over a 10th behind Leclerc. Leclerc set his lap time on the C3, so a compound harder than Gasly. Gasly has done 130 laps today with well over 60, possibly even 70 this afternoon, and Leclerc having done just 56 this afternoon. Oh, update on F1. Spare a thought for Valtteri Bottas. He'll be trailing the lap counter at the end of the day, having managed just 21 in this morning's session. He'll be hoping for a dry weather tomorrow so that he can get some more running. Otherwise, he's going to be heading into the test in Bahrain on the back foot. And this is true. This is very true. Any speed trap data? No, unfortunately, not that I know of. Apparently Russell used the C3, not the C2. Has that updated? Oh, that has updated. So yes, Russell did use the C3. Okay, that was saying C2. So Russell C3 to go P4, a 1 minute 20.5. Which team has the most laps? Okay, let's do a quick little tally at the moment. So I think it's AlphaTauri. So Gasly's done 130 as he's been in the car all day. That's 2 race distances. Where is the next team? McLaren, 118. Alpine, 112. Then Ferrari, they have done 56 with Leclerc and 71 with Sainz. So they've done 127 laps at the moment. Mercedes, 53 for Russell and 40 for Hamilton. That's 93, almost 100. Williams, they've done 108 at the minute. So there's a couple of teams in the hundreds at the minute. And then a couple of teams below 100 with, again, Alfa Romeo in the lower end of that. 21 for Bottas and 60 for Zhou, 81 total. Haas have actually got 100. Haas have got 101 for the time being. Which drivers are on track? I don't know which drivers are all on track, but I imagine it's Gasly because he's still pootling around at the minute. Ricciardo, I think he was doing some C4 running, but I'm not 100% sure if he's still on track at the moment. So Charles did not use the C2 for his fastest lap time. So for that 19.8, Charles was on the C3 compound. That has been updated to the C3 compound, whereas Gasly doing his 19.9 was on the C4, the fast compound, with a tow from Perez going fastest in Sector 1 and in Sector 2. Where are the testing times classified? So if we wait till the very end of the testing day, F1 themselves will pop out the end of day testing times, and then we'll see all of that at the end. So if you do go to the F1 website, you can check testing 1 or day 1 testing Barcelona, and you can see the full list of the lap times, the laps completed, etc., etc. Were the Mercedes back in the beginning of the turbo hybrid era dominant in the tests? Oh, good question. They did an enormous amount of mileage. So in 2014, 15, and 16, that's all Mercedes did. They were doing 150 laps 160, 200 laps a day in testing when everyone else is struggling with their power units like McLaren, Honda, Ferrari, etc. So I wouldn't really say Mercedes dominated testing, but they dominated the mileage of testing in the early years of the turbo hybrid era. Who is on track? I don't know. We don't know who is currently on track. It's Gasly for the time being because he's just set a quick lap. It's Ocon as well because I've just seen that he has improved his lap time. But yeah, I don't know. We don't know who is on track at the moment. So Ocon has improved to a 122.164, but there was no sign of using DRS as the Alpine came over the start-finish line. So that's impressive. What tyres was Ocon on doing that? C3, as he's done 112 laps. Not a great time for Lewis today. No, really. No, it hasn't really, has it? C2 compound running, so he's running the hardest tires of the year, or of the session of the year. Geez, at the moment. But he was experiencing, and he was the most vocal so far of the drivers about the porpoising issue of the cars bouncing up and down on the straights, and complaining it's a little bit on the undrivable side because of the bouncing that they experience. So that's potentially why he's done a slow lap time, but he's done a respectable amount of laps in just the morning session, which is quite good. As usually they average about 50 laps for the morning session, and each session morning or afternoon. Yeah, exactly. Lewis's time was set in the morning, really cold, with the track not rubbered in at all, and the conditions have vastly changed in the afternoon. Exactly that. Are the maximum speeds... Oh, this is interesting. Are the maximum speeds higher than last year? The cars will have less drag in theory. So that's a good question. I would imagine they're very similar in terms of physical top speed. We'd have to wait for some speed trap data. I'm trying to work out if the ground effect would make them quicker or slower. I'm not sure. I am not too sure. Is there anything else that's updated here? So the teams are into their last half an hour of testing on day number 2. Vettel and Ricciardo are the next two to head out, have either emptied the fuel tank or are going for quick runs. No idea. No idea. Oh, we think that Leclerc has just gone a bit quicker. Leclerc has gone quicker. Leclerc has gone quicker still. Leclerc has done a 19.689 on the C3 compound of tyre. So he's now 2 tenths, just over 2 tenths, 2.5 tenths quicker than Pierre Gasly. And a little bit slower still than Lando Norris's 119.56 on the C4 compound. So Leclerc still on the C3, a compound harder, and getting ever closer to Leclerc or Norris's 19.5. Do you see in the next 2 seasons that we will see 2 new champions? That would be awesome. That would be very cool to see that. I wonder who they would be. Potentially Leclerc and potentially Russell. Maybe Ricciardo or Norris. Who knows? That would be interesting. I would like that. I like the days where each year you had a different champion. It wasn't just one team or one driver just back-to-back championships. It would be cool if now we've had Verstappen, it then goes to Leclerc, it then goes to Ricciardo, it then goes to Russell, it then goes to Norris, etc., etc. We just have a sequence of 5 years or just a handful of years where it's different drivers. There is no one who wins back-to-back championships. I would like that. That would be very cool. But at this stage, it is just far too early to tell. On day number 2 of testing, it's far too early to tell. How much longer have we got? We've got just over 20 minutes left of this afternoon's session of testing at Barcelona, with one more day at Barcelona before we break for 2 weeks and then head over to Bahrain. So James has just popped in the chat here. I'm not a Ferrari fan, but their car looks awesome. And it seems, at least at this stage, to be very quick. And that I would have to agree with as well. Their car looks incredible. I love their scalloped side pods. They are beautiful to look at from the back as well. And basic CFD work for the Ferrari wide design compared to the FIA base car, the one that they released at Silverstone, the slightly narrow design, shows an 11% more efficient design for Ferrari than the base design of the FIA's show car that they released at Silverstone. So there is a benefit to those scalloped side pods that Ferrari have found, but obviously we don't really know the full details as we haven't got full detailed pictures just yet of all of these. Ricardo on the C4. Yes, Ricardo is on the C4 compound. He hasn't yet gone quicker just yet. I said yes a couple of times in that sentence there. A 120.288 for Daniel Ricciardo for the time being. Do you know when testing is back after today? So after today, testing will resume tomorrow for the final third day at Barcelona, and then it will return on March 10th, March 11th-ish in Bahrain for another 3 days, and then 2 weeks after that, we have the Bahrain Grand Prix. Ferrari is not pushing to the limit. I imagine no one's pushing the limits, to be honest. Yeah, I don't think anyone is pushing the limits whatsoever, but definitely Ferrari and McLaren seem to be quick cars for the time being. But whether we've seen the full potential of everybody else, I highly, highly doubt it. Will Bahrain be on live? Yes. The Bahrain testing will be fully televised. There will be track maps, data galore, and everything. And that will be perfect. For us to finally actually know what's going on in a testing session, it will be incredible. So yes, that will be live whenever the Bahrain testing is around March 10th sort of time. So how much faster do you think these cars will go if they actually push for the limits? It's really, really hard to tell. Maybe another 2 seconds in it. Maybe another second. I don't know. I simply do not know. Because that's the beauty of having these completely different cars. We have no idea of their improvement curve, of their development curves. Whereas we had quite a nice picture of what was happening from 2017 onwards when the regulations changed to the wider cars, of their beautiful development curve going upwards and upwards and upwards until it sort of tapered off a bit for 2021. But for this year, we just have no idea. We have no idea how quickly teams are going to find performance. We have no idea how quickly this will taper off. And that's the beauty of this year and this new era that we're going into. Who is likely to replace Hamilton when he retires? Take your pick. Take your pick of any driver that they've got. So who's Mercedes got in their young driver program at the minute? It is what's the Vips? Is it Vips? Yuri? No, not Yuri Vips. The other one, Vesti, Frederick Vesti. At the minute, I think, but I think he's in Formula 3. I don't actually know. Would it be De Vries? I don't know. I don't think it would be De Vries, as De Vries is a bit too far detached from the Formula One world. Same with Van Dorn for the time being. So I reckon they would pinch someone from the current grid at the moment, with the obvious rising stars being Ricardo potentially. He's a bit old though, Ricardo. I'm just thinking of people who's got their contract running out soon. If Hamilton retires in 2 years. So Gasly is a good shout, but again, getting on the older side. You Lando, lots of people are saying Lando. It's a difficult one because he's just signed such a long contract extension for McLaren. Yes, there are out clauses and all sorts to contracts, but it's so difficult to do that. You have to pay an awful lot amount of money to pull someone out of their contract, and as well, most teams have to have like a performance clause for the driver. So if the driver is not performing, or if the car is not performing very well for X number of years, then the driver can end the contract early. People saying Albon. I personally don't think that. Probably Ocon. Ocon potentially, but he doesn't any longer have any ties to Mercedes. So again, Ocon would be in the same position as a Gasly type figure to replace Hamilton if he retires. At the minute, King Latifi, that could be interesting. Hamilton is slowest. I didn't notice that. Yeah, Hamilton is officially slowest on day 2 of testing, with Valtteri Bottas in the Alfa Romeo even going quicker, having done half the laps. I didn't even notice that. Didn't even notice. Is March 10th to the 13th going to be streamed? Yes. It's going to be live on the Formula One channels and Sky, etc., wherever you watch Formula One from. And I would imagine it's going to be streamed here. I will have to triple check with the powers that be at Racing Statistics, but I would imagine, yes, it is going to be streamed from here. Will the car go full power at Bahrain? Almost definitely on the 2nd/3rd day of Bahrain, we'll see the cars put in some quality performance runs, and then we will see truly how fast they can go. Yes, it will be streamed. Racing Statistics will be hosting exactly like this, with a little bit more information now that it will be live streamed on the F1 websites and Sky as well. There will be a couple more bits of information there, and it will be here on Racing Statistics. Oh, hello, Arpa. Hello for joining the chat. Welcome. We've only got 15 minutes left of testing at the moment on the second day of preseason testing at Barcelona. Oh, Perez has moved himself into the top 10 just a couple of minutes ago. A 21.4 for the time being. 21.4 on the C2 compound, 66 laps at the minute. So he's done a couple more laps in the afternoon. Not too bad. Not too bad. Will Russell be allowed to race against Lewis? I hope so. I hope he will. But we'll have to see what Mercedes say. We'll have to see what Mercedes say about that. The Alpine is one that is quite a big departure from last year. But it is looking sharp out on track here in Barcelona. Alonso had the wheel yesterday, completing 127 laps, and is fast catching up to his teammate on 119 and counting. So Alpine have put in some good mileage. They've just not necessarily put in some good lap times, but it's testing. We can't really infer too much from the testing times, as Leclerc remains on top of the pile for Ferrari, with Sainz down in 5th after his efforts from this morning. The Ferrari design concept has appeared to be quite different from a number of other teams, with their nice scalloped side pods, wide as well, interestingly, very much pushing the boundaries of the side pod box allocated by the FIA's regulations. But certainly so far, it is working well for the Scuderia. Absolutely. It's definitely working well for them for the time being. How many laps are people doing on their tires? For current stints, I'm not fully aware of how many stints people are doing, but as for laps in the afternoon, we've got people like Leclerc doing 69 laps overall, which is one of the largest stint lengths in the afternoon. A good recovery afternoon for Alfa Romeo, as Zhao has just come into the pits after doing 65 laps on his debut. That is impressive. That is good stuff from Guan Yu Zhao. The 9 laps yesterday for Kubica, and then 23 this morning for Valtteri Bottas. So it hasn't been the smoothest of starts for Alfa Romeo, but definitely a very good afternoon for Guan Yu Zhao. So, what is the take home message from testing? I am new to F1. Well, welcome to Formula One and welcome to this wacky world that we find ourselves in. The take home message from testing is really kind of look at the sort of the bottom end of the leaderboard and really look at the mileage and the number of laps that people are doing, as that's where the teams are that are struggling, as we're not really going to see people pushing all that much in testing to put in super quick lap times, as they don't want to reveal exactly how fast their car can go until it gets into the later stages of testing. So we've got this first test here in Barcelona with a second test in Bahrain in 2 weeks' time. So we'll see more likely what the cars can do in Bahrain in those 2 weeks. How many laps in 10 minutes at 1 minute 20? What's that question in reference to? So how many laps can you do in 10 minutes at a pace of 1 minute 20 per lap? So what's that? 10 minutes is 600 seconds. 1 minute 20 is 80 seconds. 60 divided by the maths number of numbers there. Probably seven laps. We'll say 7 laps. I hope that's what that question was referencing. I have absolutely no idea. Is Haas screwed? I've got no idea. They don't seem to be as good as I was expecting them to be. They're really making me do maths. Yeah, people are making me do maths after talking for an hour and 45 minutes. Yes, they are. Yes, they are. So yeah, Haas seemed to be not as fast and not as prepared as I thought they were going to be, having completely sacked off 2021 to develop this car. Yes, it looking from the pictures, it looks like one of the most developed cars, as in the fine details of the car. It looks to be one of the better developed cars, and that's understandable. They've been working on it for such a long time. But to see it so far down the leaderboard, it's really odd. It's really, really odd. Oh, Perez is really motored on this afternoon after his lengthy stay in the pits due to his gearbox failure. He has passed 1 race distance now over the course of the whole day, from the morning and the afternoon, which is good news for the Mexican, who should have a decent feel for how the car is performing. Oh, my favorite question. What is porpoising? Yay, I like this question. Porpoising is interesting. It's what a lot of the teams are suffering with. Mostly, it seems to be Mercedes, Ferrari, and McLaren. These have been the most vocal teams about it, but it is an effect that is happening to every single one of these ground effect cars. It was a term that was really coined a lot in the 1980s when we had the original ground effect cars, and then it sort of left the Formula One vocabulary until just recently. So what happens with these ground effect cars is the air comes over the top of them, pushes the ground to the bottom, and the floor sort of seals, creating big vacuum with the large Venturi tunnel and the enormous diffuser. Exactly. Porpoising is bunny hopping. It's bouncing. Exactly. Downforce fluctuations. Exactly. So the ground effect sucks the car to the ground. The faster you go, the harder the forces are pushing on all of these wings, pushing the car to the ground. It then stalls. The car then rises. The air then floods back in underneath the car, pulling it back down. It then stalls, rises back up, stalls, rises back up, etc., etc., etc. And you just get this aerodynamic bouncing at the minute, or downforce fluctuations. I like that word. Downforce fluctuations from Zach there. It's an effect that is happening to every single car, but it seems to be happening at least more vocally to the Mercedes, Ferrari, and the McLaren at the moment. They've been the teams that are the most vocal about it. Raise the ride height, that's not how these cars work. So that's not how it works. So it's the ground effect that sucks that physically sucks the car to the ground. Like we can't just raise the ride height to get the porpoising effect gone. That isn't unfortunately a solution. As there are actually some really good slow-mos. I'm just looking at them here on Twitter of the porpoising action. So if you go to Twitter, or I might be up on YouTube, I'm not sure, and have a look at the Formula One page 8 minutes ago, there's a really good slow motion footage of Charles Leclerc coming down the main straight, and you can really see it bouncing up and down on the straight. It will be an extremely uncomfortable ride at the moment. Unfortunately, no, this is not broadcast anywhere at the minute. So ground effect sucks. No, ground effect does not suck. It is good. It is good. It's just it's an effect that isn't easily seen / replicated in the wind tunnel. So the teams know this effect exists, but it can't really be seen in the wind tunnel due to the fact it can't simulate what a track is like, the stiffness of tarmac. So it's a problem that now we've seen, and how visual this problem is. It's one that's going to have to be solved, and that's what Formula One teams are good at, solving problems. Ground effect literally sucks. Oh, I missed the joke, didn't I? I missed the joke. Ground effect literally sucks. Yes, ground effect does literally. See, that's when you know you've been talking for too long. When you miss a joke that's staring you in the face. Oh, blimey. Oh, blimey. Oh, dear. Yes. Sounds like F1 needs to learn how to use the bump stops. Real huge disappointments with Haas. Agreed. Haas have been a little bit on the disappointing side. Opinion on Aston Martin, please. Again, another team that I could have potentially expected a little bit more of the past couple of days that we've seen, but it's early days in testing. I really like their livery. Their car looks good. It's got nice wide side pods. Doesn't really have too many complexities to the car itself, like we've seen from the Mercedes floor, the Ferrari scalloped side pods, the Red Bulls undercut side pods. There aren't really too many complexities to the car, but it's definitely interesting. Do you think Sonoda can get his seat for next year? See, we're already talking about seats for next year. This season hasn't even started. I don't know. He himself was surprised to be driving for this year, so it's an interesting one. As how many minutes have we got left of the session? 3 minutes to go. Just over 3 minutes. Just over 3 more minutes left. What do you think of the new DRS? So, I don't like it. That's my personal opinion. I was under the impression that, looking at the regulations of when these cars were first proposed in midway through 2019, about June of 2019, was when the first concept images of these cars were produced. And then again through 2020 and 2021, when a little bit more details were coming out, that DRS wasn't going to be a thing. And then suddenly it is, and it's still present. I don't know. I thought they were going to get rid of it. So I don't like it personally. I don't like the DRS. Where are we up to leaderboard wise? I think there's a couple of cars out on track. Leclerc, I think, is still out there. Ricardo is still putting in some laps. Who else is there? Vettel? No, Vettel hasn't put in any laps. That stayed at 66 for a while. Perez has just come in. He's on 70. Who's in for Williams at the minute? Is it Latifi or is it Albon in the afternoon? I think it's Albon at the minute. So at the moment, the current leaderboard, I'll just give a quick rundown of that as we enter the last 2 minutes of this afternoon session. We've got Charles Leclerc in the Ferrari leading the way for day 2, a 1 minute 19.689 on the C3 compound of tyre, having run 71 laps, just over a Grand Prix distance at Barcelona. Then we've got Pierre Gasly, AlphaTauri, a 1 minute 19.918, just 2 drivers to break the 1 minute 20 barrier, but this was on the C4 compound, so a step softer than Leclerc and 2.5 tenths back. He's done 140 laps, well over 2 race distances. Then Daniel Ricciardo, a 1 minute 20.3 on the C4 as well, 125 laps. George Russell in the Mercedes, a 120.5 on the C3, so a step harder than Gasly and Ricciardo and just 3 tenths back, doing 60 laps this afternoon. Then Carlos Sainz, having run in the morning session, a 1 minute 20.5, just 100th behind George Russell on the C3, 71 laps. Sebastian Vettel in the Aston Martin, a 120.8 on the C3, 66 laps, exactly 1 race distance. Sergio Perez in the Red Bull, a 1 minute 21.4, 70 laps all day. However, Perez did cause a brief red flag period and was in the garage for about 1 hour 45 due to his gearbox issue. Then Alex Albon in P8, Williams 121.531, C3 47 laps. Guan Yu Zhao, an impressive debut for Guan Yu Zhao, a 121.8, C3 compound 67 laps overall. Impressive stuff for Zhao. Then we've got Latifi, Stroll, Schumacher, Mazepin, Ocon, Bottas, a 122.3, and then Hamilton in the Mercedes, a 122.562, but on the hardest compound of tyre. So Perez and Hamilton have set their fastest lap times on the C2. Everybody else, bar Gasly and Ricciardo, has set them on the C3, with Gasly and Ricciardo running the C4. Blimey, that was a long rundown. Okay, let's go back to some questions there at the moment. So how long have we got left? I think, is that checkered flag? Have we got the checkered flag? Did I really just talk for 2 minutes straight then? Jeez, blimey. I think, is that it? Is that day 2 checkered flag did? It is. Day 2 is all done and dusted. Wow, I didn't even notice. Didn't even notice that's all done. Well, there we go. Day 2 of testing here at Barcelona is all concluded. I've just literally gone through the rundown of the order, so I won't do that again. If you have any last little questions for the tiny, brief little bit of time that I will remain here, then please pop them in the chat. But it has been absolutely lovely talking to you for the past 2 hours. And potentially, if I can find some time tomorrow, I'll be commentating again tomorrow. And then again, if I can find the time, I'll be here on Racing Statistics for the Bahrain test as well. But I think that is going to do it all for me today. Hope you have enjoyed. And again, please like and subscribe to Racing Statistics for these data channels and also other videos as well. And then if you want to go head over to my YouTube channel, Alex Does F1 Stuff, there'll be a link to that in the description down below. But thank you guys so much for watching this live stream, and I will catch you all later.